It's official. I'm exhausted. Okay, I'm exhausted. I am fucking exhausted. Okay, people are so childish. Okay, these topics that people are talking about, I'm exhausted. Um, I'm exhausted because as I'm striving for what I'm striving for in my life, as I'm aiming for the things that I'm aiming for in my life, right? I realize more and more and more that I want more. All right. I want more and I want to just disappear. Okay. And let me put a trigger warning. Okay. When I say I want to disappear, it means that I just want to take a break. Okay. I want to take a break. I want to get away from all of this. Okay. Right. And what I want to get away from is that, oh, that's crazy. Um, I think that, excuse me, I'm doing something in my background, have purchased something, and the person is emailing me and stuff right now. I had to speak to customer service about it. All right. So, what got me upset was I was sitting here and I was listening to people, right? And while I was listening to people, I realized that I'm exhausted. You know what I mean? I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted because why are people okay? Why are people so fixated on people getting dragged away from their families in ICE? Why is that funny? Okay. Okay. Why are people so fixated on the the validation of the validation of how do I say it? Of the fact that, black women are desirable, and that's not true. We're desirable. Why is everybody so fixated on this type of messages and talking about these type of things? Why are these things important of topics? And you want me to believe that these people, okay, to life? Okay. What is so funny about all of this? Mhm. I'm really trying to find the comedy in all of it. Maybe I'm just getting older, but I'm exhausted, babies. I'm exhausted. Right? I'm so exhausted because I just feel like this is how I feel when I listen to y'all talk. Literally, just grab a fucking umbrella and y'all just, y'all be so cool. Okay? Y'all just be so cool with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all just be like keying it up. And I just be saying to myself, what's funny? Like, I literally be saying that to myself, like, what's funny? This is what I literally ask myself every time. And I sit here and I go, not only do I go, what's funny? Hold on, y'all. Okay. Okay. So, why have I become exhausted? Because the energy has, right? I realized that I can't deal no more. Okay, that's what it is, bro. I can't deal no more. That cloud over the head was perfect. I can't deal no more. Not that I'm sad. Let me not put no emotions in this. This is what I feel about the people. Hold on. Hmm. Okay, I had to type that in. I'm exhausted. Is it because it's more because not because of my own personal stuff I'm going through, but it's just really uh I'm like, what is this shit, bro? Okay? What is this shit, bro? Huh, can I play the video? I think I can. What is it? You know? How? Like, how do y'all find this shit to be funny? How do you sit here and talk self-confidence, but yet yourself is being you're still validating yourself by what's outside yourself, but you're calling self-love. Right? I see that you and this is no attack on nobody. This is me looking at everything as a whole. I think that I just want to get away. Oh shit. I think I just want to get away. Okay? Oh, it's doing it again. Why did that one work? So how did this one work? How did the intro work? Hold on, wait a minute. That's the intro. Hold on. It's characters. Hold on. See, that one's not opening, but the intro's opening. That's so weird. All right, hold on, y'all. I think that I'm exhausted completely. Okay, I thought so. I was right. My intuition was on point. Hold on, y'all. Is this working? I'll figure it out. Why did that why did that one work, but this one didn't work? Okay, now it's working. I have to wait. Okay. I gotta wait. Okay, it's all right. I'm not even on it yet. All right. I just need a break. I want to show y'all something, by the way. And I feel like the reason I need such a break from everything. Why is that one working then? I feel like I need a break from everything because maybe it's just time for me to just zone out into my creative mode for a while. Maybe it's just time for me to hone into the craft of just everything that involves creating, everything that involves writing and film, everything that involves, is this one working? Everything that involves, see, that works when I click on it. Nope, it doesn't work. I don't want to bother with it right now. I'm not doing it right now. And so, because of that, I just feel like I need to disappear. I mean, I love doing this, the success studies. I love talking to y'all. It's so fun. Trust me when I tell you. I I love it. Presenting stuff, the video I'm about to show you. I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted with these. I'm just so exhausted with so much. It's so much I just don't want to be associated with no more. I don't. There's so much that I think it's just time to Yeah, get over. You know what I mean? Need a break. Anyway, I had something I wanted to show y'all I thought was pretty cool. Not my messages. Not my messages. I saw this on Lena's page. And I was like, I was reading it, so I didn't listen to it. Hopefully, there's not any unsolicited music. Okay. All right, let's go.
Imagination is pivotal to anything in the universe, but it sometimes goes unsung and not rewarded, but yet they depend on it. As it happened, that was the first time in the documentary Anna Wintour ever said anything like that. I was shocked when she said that. Shocked. She didn't say it to me, but she said it in the documentary, so she confessed it. You know, and I must have been a pivotal force to her when she named me creative director in 1988. But then she never had me involved in conversations like when Oprah was on the cover of Beloved, and she kept saying to Oprah on the phone, "You've got to lose 30 pounds." And then after she lost the 30 pounds, the Black imagination is pivotal to anything in the universe. But it sometimes goes unsung and not rewarded, but yet they depend on it. As it happened, that was the first time in the documentary Anna Wintour ever said anything like that. I was shocked when she said that. Shocked. She didn't say it to me, but she said it in the documentary, so she confessed it. You know, and I must have been a pivotal force to her when she named me creative director in 1988. But then she never had me involved in conversations like when Oprah was on the cover of Beloved, and she kept saying to Oprah on the phone, "You've got to lose 30 pounds." And, you know, Andy was very pale person, white man. And all of a sudden, Andy's serpentine, veined white hands was slowly slithering across Alaya's lap onto my lap, towards my crotch. And when I felt this hand, I looked down and screeched. I was screeching, and Alaya broke out laughing. And to the day, Alaya and I always had that great moment with Andy. Well, I used to go to dinner with Andy, and he would just always be inching his hand towards my crotch. But I was not offended by it. But he was very curious about me, and I don't know if it was a sexual thing, but he was just very innocently done. That happened frequently. People probably said he was like a Me Too thing, but it wasn't. But this is part of who I was, and who, you know, I came to New York and I had to deal with it.
I think I got to stay on it.
But you bring up so many things.
If you don't know who this is the man you see at all of the Met Galas. He's always sitting down. This is him. Let's go.
That I find interesting. You know, one, you speak continually about fashion as your armor.
Yes.
What was it protecting you from?
Of vast insecurities. I grew up as a single child, as you know, if you read my book. I was serially sexually abused, not by members of my family, but by older men on my street. Actually, men that were 3 doors down from my house. And there must have been word. And I was serially sexually violently abused as a very young child. And I never told anyone about it. And I had to live with that. The only time I ever spoke about it was when I wrote this book in 2018. And why did I decide to convey that in the book? Because I thought, if I've got to be 71, I've got to let it go. And this book was cathartic.
But you bring up so many things that I find interesting.
It must go back to the individual imagination, be it black or white, individuality. This is where fashion must return. Individuality. Deanna really was an individual. The individuality, the uniqueness of oneness. Because the oneness will bring in something that the whole body does not have. And you see that, and Radhika saw that in you. And I just think it's going to depend on oneness and uniqueness and the imagination of black or the white imagination or the Asian imagination. You know, there's greatness in all cultures. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, Rei Kawakubo is an extraordinary designer. And look how far she went on clothes with holes in them. Back in the 80s, when she started showing in Paris. Said clothes look like Swiss cheese, black coats with Swiss cheese. Well, I sort of embraced it, but you know something? Anna Wintour never really got the Comme des Garçons look. It must go back to the individual imagination, be it black or white, individuality. This is where fashion must return. Individuality. Deanna really was an individual. The individuality, the uniqueness of oneness. Because the oneness will bring in something that the whole body does not have. And you see that, and Radhika saw that in you. And I just think it's going to depend on oneness and uniqueness and the imagination of black or the white imagination or the Asian imagination. You know, there's greatness in all cultures.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, Rei Kawakubo is an extraordinary designer. And look how far she went on clothes with holes in them back in the 80s when she started showing in Paris. Said clothes.
See, this is when I have to raise my eyebrow at these divestors. Okay. As people like myself, queer black woman, just a black woman, very into arts and crafts and culture. And I think wherever you are as a black person, there stands some history wherever you are. You're going to find out there was some first black person, something, whether black woman, black man, that did something in that space. Some first black person to do something. This, or even if you're Latin and Hispanic, it's the same thing for you too. But I can't speak. People of color, period, have these stories. So again, it's so beyond me when I hear these black divestors talk the way that they do. Right? It's so beyond me when I'm like, but wait, there are people who paved the way. If you want to say faggot, dykes, this and that, but there's mostly people who paved the way. Okay? And I knew this person was something because I was like, he is sitting down. Okay, that's royalty. I'm like, why is this guy sitting down? And they always come up to him to talk to him. And see, that's the beauty of working in silence, or whatever issue or work that you're in, or just like I said, your success studies. See, it's about vibration. See, if I was deep into the fashion industry a lot more than I was, I probably would have knew more about this person, and I probably would have read his book. I kind of don't like to read books from people from the 70s too much because it's always the sexual abuse stuff. I can't really read all that stuff. But, other than that, like, I personally prefer to read other women, women's empowerments and stuff like that. But I would read a gay man's book, especially something like him. I would definitely read his book.
Clothes look like Swiss cheese, black coats with Swiss cheese. Well, I sort of embraced it, but you know something? Anna Wintour never really got the Comme des Garçons look. It must go back to the individual.
This man is 71 now.
And what would you like your legacy to be?
My legacy must be, and it will be, and I know that it will be, that once you open the door, you found a person whose life mattered to many people in the world, who left a legacy of kindness, human kindness, great, unique imagination, curator of knowledge, of many, many dioramas or many, many cultures, and that he contributed to the world. He left a contribution of oneness that mattered. That's what I would love my legacy to be.
Amazing.
Well, this is the Institute of Black Imagination. How did I find this? Of course, the one and only Lena Waithe. I found this through her. Okay. office hours each week. We'll share the division on the human body. Okay. Awesome. Also, have you noticed that people who are intellectuals, artists, and creators are big time avid book readers? Home of St. Paul de Venice, France, the reading room and archive invites visitors to settle into a warm, thoughtful design environment that blends scholarship with rest, the reading room. I just want you to know that this is my world. You know, this is my world. Art is my world. Y'all see Josephine Baker. She's gorgeous. Art is my world. And it is not easy to be in a space and like this with intellectuals, with people, and to cross paths with people who are just extremely fucking childish.
And I would say to anyone listening to this that's in that space, just I love you. And you are loved so, 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 so much bigger and older than even my utterance of loving you, the person listening. You are so loved and you are evidence of love. And I just am grateful.
Let me see who's this.
I'm grateful for all the different iterations of queer BIPOC resplendence, of just indescribable being that we get to create with our lives.
Okay. Time, social, you are loved, you never say, as reminds us. Okay, this is her name, Alexis Pauline. Let's check her out. Let's go ahead and follow her. Author of Survival is a Promise, The Eternal Life, Audre Lorde. Okay, and Undrowned, Dub, and for Revolutionary Mothering. Jeez, that's a lot. Okay. Survival is a Promise. Okay, she wrote this. There are people who have written autobiographies of people. Okay. There are people who have. There was one time this guy years ago. He was what did he do? He was rewriting books. I don't know how he did it. Yeah. He was rewriting books. Okay, she's in Brooklyn. Okay, cool. Okay, that's cool. All right. All right, following. I got messages. Hold on, y'all. Make sure. She like all the way in the West Coast. Can I tell you guys that I don't know if you guys caught that name, so you can just make sure that you can follow it for yourself. I just want to tell you guys that I know that online is a place that can seem like it can rile you up, right? Okay. It can rile you up. It is a place that can make you believe that things are what they are, and you have to realize that the people are not touching grass. But there's something deeper for me that's making me walk away for a little while. All right. What is happening is I sit here and I listen to people. I've been listening to people forever, even myself. And I'm like, you know what? When I walk out here and my manifest, and I walk out here and I touch grass and I live life, I just don't see everything that these people see. I can see what they're talking about, but my whole world is not what they see, right? And then I have to consider I do live a life that dances to the beat of my own drum, right? And because of that, this is why, oh, wait a minute, make sure I be careful here. This is why I end up realizing, hey, wait a minute, it's not happening that way. Hey, wait a minute, this is not real life, right? These are the type of things that I begin to see. Then I also notice that when I am in these spaces that I'm in, because I'm in a lot of spaces, right? I realize that I'm tired of childishness. You get what I'm saying? I'm exhausted with these dumb, low level, not important conversations. And I'm done with allowing myself to be pulled into these, like, this is low life. I don't want to talk about this. I'm so done. I know what I told y'all. I know I said I was going to do the W-2. I know, but I can't, yo. I'm done. It just, I know it's like, okay, what happened? I bet you it's like two of the morning. What happened? I'm done. That's what happened. I'm exhausted. I just don't have it in me no more. I need a break. I do. I need a break. I just, I am sitting here. I don't even know if these videos are still up. Hold on, y'all. I'm sitting here realizing that the mom, realizing of old happy at the public theater. Congratulations to our super talented friends who wrote and starred in it. And Ebony. And see, this is my world. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Ever be nominated for a Tony Award? Okay. See, I agree with one thing. I see things at a different frequency. Okay. All right. Until tomorrow night, would love to see the show. Okay. The frequency that I'm on is connecting with people who are focused on success. Okay? People who are at this level. Don't even know this lady. Okay, but hey, I'm going to follow her. just by everything that she is. She's going to get followed. Then I look at okay, let me just put it like this. I know I'm just like 40 minutes in. There are a lot of nobodies online. I need y'all all to understand this, okay? Okay? There are a lot of nobodies online. There's a lot of people who are trying to make themselves something and they're nothing. And there's a lot of people online who are hurt. And online is where they get to vent their frustrations and their aggravations and their pains and all this type of shit. Okay? This is where they get to do this. Why does she look familiar? Okay. A Princess Tiana, classically trained, 42 West. Oh. Oh. Look, y'all, it's Princess Tiana. Okay. Looks like classically trained. That's cool. That means she has a great singing voice. And so, as I live my life this way, okay, what song is this by Beyonce? Hold on. Beyonce ain't getting me fucking copywritten out this bitch. Okay.
Yeah, that was success. What does success mean to me?
Squabble up.
Please hold on. Don't copyright me, YouTube. You see what I'm doing? I wasn't expecting no damn squabble. Oh, squabble. Is that D'Angelo? I'm sorry, what? Is this her D'Angelo? No words to describe immeasurable loss. I'm in absolute disbelief and shock. You were my biggest hype man, my protector, my biggest musical inspiration. Is this his daughter? No one will ever measure up to how brave and strong you are. To the very end, you made sure to protect me from anything. I love you so much, Daddy. Oh, that's the daughter. I wish I had more time to spend with you, for you to show me new music, play piano with me, our favorite songs, or go back and forth about our favorite go-to meals. Oh, I said that was his daughter. Uh-huh. Oh, man, that daddy was the GOAT. Okay, I was like, is that D'Angelo? Oh, that's her. That's her singing with him. I remember this picture. Believe it or not, this picture was out there of him. That's her. I knew D'Angelo had a daughter. I said that shit. I thought he had the girl with Angie Stone, but I can see now that is not Angie Stone's daughter. Oh, whoever the mother was to this. Okay, there go the son. Is that the daughter? No, that's her. Is that the mom in the middle? She was such an adorable little baby. Look, he got her the dashiki. I'm dead. She looked like her dad. She's just the better looking version of her dad. That's what happens when you're a girl and you look like your dad. That's how I am. I look like my dad. My girl was like, oh, how I know what he would have looked like if he was a girl. That's what she says all the time. She's gorgeous, though. You can tell she's talented as well. You can see that she's talented. Like it's in her. Like she was born to do this. Okay. D'Angelo's daughter or not, she was born. She was made out of love. And I love this one with her smoking. This picture's dope. Gonna definitely heart this one. This one is fire. Oh, come on. Thank you. Just save it and leave me the fuck alone. Fucking Pinterest. Get on my goddamn nerve. I don't understand why my shit been freezing like this. All right, hold on, y'all. I'm not scattered everywhere. Know what I'm talking about. I'm talking to y'all. This is my world. My world is art. My world is writing. My world is character. My world is music. My world is fucking great vibes. Okay, that's the last. I done came too late. Listen, y'all. Oh man. Oh man, that's sad. That's sad. That's sad. I can't watch that. That's sad. Okay. He made that very sad. No. No. Okay. Um, I get it, you know. I get the conversation about black males. I get the conversation about black people. I get the conversation about black women, right? I get the conversation about, there is no black love and there's no black excellence. Now that I don't agree with, but there's no black love, there is no black excellence, right? And you know what? I get why they even talk the way that they do. I get it on a global scale. But I also understand laws of attraction. I also understand the creator's code. And I also spend time with people like this, like Lena Waithe, who pull me into a world of people like this. Whether we want to say this is a mammy and that is a this and that's a dusty right there and that's a nignog or whatever you want to say, these people have pioneered in the industry. Okay? They've pioneered. Whatever you want to say, as a black woman, if I get somebody to distribute to be my distributors, my sponsors, if I get somebody that I'm working with a management team, agency and shit like that, it's going to be black people that I'm going to be working with. Just the fact that my success studies is this black woman here tells me that, because that's a reason and there's a purpose for that. That don't mean I'm going to go and be with a black male. That don't mean shit. That don't mean nothing. But I'm going to be pulled to work with a team of people that's best for me to work with. No matter what industry you're in, there's gatekeeping. No matter what industry you're in, there is gatekeeping. And no matter how you slice that pie, as a black person, you're going to get a hard time getting in there. And you're going to have to use the creative code. You're going to have to bend reality. You're going to have to bend time. This is what this black woman did. You're going to have to live out those creative codes and the laws of it. Okay? This is what this black woman did. Why are you going to have to do that shit? Because at the end of the motherfucking day, At the end of the motherfucking day, this is just what it is. Oh shit, I gotta refresh it. Oh no, I don't. Because what I look at is there's a lot of y'all that are sitting around here to sit down and take the time and teach what we want y'all to get the hell away from the Black community and get the hell away from these nignogs, Dusty. And there's no Black love and there's Black excellence. We trying to tell you to get back to yourself. And no, we're not trying to tell you the date and stuff like that, okay? And all this type, but we're trying to tell you to get back to yourself. But then every time you hear them talk, it's faggots, this, that, dykes, this, that, and third. Faggots, they lay it on thick. Faggots, this, that, this faggot, this, that, and the third. Like how? When you have people building mentorships for other Black people to make it in the film industry, where you have Black repeat women like Shonda Rhimes, who's sitting around here, she has a whole directing academy for Black women directors. This is what Shonda Rhimes has. She has a whole academy. This woman has an academy not just for writers, talking about Lena Waithe. She has an academy for also actors. She has an actors academy. There's so much things to do out here to give yourself a life chance. I'm not seeing none of nobody talking about that. All I see is a bunch of clowning. All I see is a bunch of back and forth about what Taylor Swift said about Black women and her music. That's all I see. And then whatever else I see, I am so exhausted. And then I go around the other side and then people are laughing at people being dragged away by ICE. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I need a break. Maybe it's the Mars and Scorpio. I need a break. I do. I just, can I just get away from everybody just for a little while? That's how I feel. At the end of the day, I am sitting here wondering, wondering. And sitting here trying to understand, and there's nothing to understand. The answer for me is I gotta let it all go. I have to take my world and get away from all of it. That's the answer. I have to take my world and I have to be like, you know what? Nah, this is not going to get me closer to my destiny. This is not going to get me closer to my mission. This is how I have to start talking to myself now. I know what this feeling is. And I had to check in with myself. I said, did this motherfucker just aggravate me to the point that I just wanted to get off social media altogether? No, that wasn't it. It was just everything about it today. The whole day. The whole bumbleclot day. I said, what the fuck is this? And I even just was like, I don't even care. My phone is off no more. I get to people when I get to them. I don't even care that my phone is off. It's that shit. Then on top of that, I have another thing that I must say. It's just not aligning with me. That's what it is. It's just not, bro. This person I was just texting the whole time that, when I started the show, and I know y'all probably be like, why she start stuff when she got other stuff going on? I didn't think the person was going to text me like this. That's why I thought they were going to just say a few things, and I was going to say my thing, and then we was just going to kind of just go our separate ways. I didn't think it was going to be them texting me this much. Okay. Now, I'm realizing I got to tighten up. Okay? I got to tighten up. Like I don't think you understand. I got to tighten up. All right? I realized that this ain't it. Okay? That's why it's so childish to me. To go from strategic thinking, how to be smarter, looking at the books that everybody reads, right? Thinking about my own writing, my own creation over here, listening to the things I've been listening to. I am exhausted. Not from what I'm talking about. When I get from that to go on the other side of things, I'm exhausted. I literally just left a group, and I really liked that group. Trust me, I really did. I liked that. I had to leave that group because I was like, I cannot do this conversation no more. I can't do this. I don't even want to go back to see what people commented on my post. I don't care no more. I can't do it. I don't belong in these spaces. These people don't deserve me. These are the things that I just realize. I realized that, like, what I'm seeking, what I'm aligning to, I got so much more shit to let go of. I mean, I feel like I done let go a lot. I done transformed a lot. It is like, damn, I got more shit to let go of. And then there's also an aspect of, getting more focused and concentrated on the things I'm focused and concentrated on, focusing my life more on me. And let's just admit it, there's an energy that I removed out of my life. There's an energy that I removed out of my life, and things have opened up. I'm not going to lie to you. And it's like all of this all trickled into one thing, and then I'm like, oh shit, it's really happening. Okay. And that's a part of what's making me just go away. I gotta go away. You know, after a while, how do you just go on? How do you not want to fulfill yourself in life? And I don't want to. I don't care to ask questions like this. I don't care. I like to look at the people making a difference, who are doing something useful in this world, because I want to be useful in this world. I want everything I do for myself to be useful in this world. I'm so exhausted, y'all. I am, man. I'm exhausted. I cannot. There's like no more, like, I'm not gonna say there's no more fighting me. It's just like I cannot sit around and just listen to people think that, and I'm like, this is what Robin Sierra was talking about. She was like, wealthy people don't want to be around y'all. We don't want to be around any of you. Y'all are leeches. Y'all are users. Y'all always want to ask us, how do we do whatever the hell we don't want to tell you? I am understanding this shit. I done fucking just unsubscribe to a lot of Patreons and a lot of places, because I'm just like, I don't want to hear this shit no more. I want this shit to go away. I do. I'm trying to click on this video. It won't let me. Hold on, y'all. This is a good video that I was trying to play for y'all. It was a good video. That's why I like to just go to people's reels. It makes it easier than sending down the damn page. Oh, she got more videos up. Hold on. She might have a pattern.
Are here to talk about, really, because it's what has sort of brought us together.
This woman does her play in the prisons. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Welcome back. We turn.
The Peculiar Patriot is what we are here to talk about, really, because it's what has sort of brought us together. And it's sort of, our legacies are intertwined now because of it.
When you said that you wanted to uplift it and come on board and you wanted to produce it, I was like, wow. Wow.
Oh, she produced the show. I did not know that. Okay.
And so we're now both going to be at Baltimore Center Stage?
Yes.
In the same season?
Yes.
Come on. Come on.
God.
What?
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet Tubman, God, supernatural, cosmic alignment, divine assignment.
Divine.
We couldn't have planned this.
Our steps are ordered.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I so know that. Like, I don't even.
Welcome back. We turn now to it.
And she produced this as well. And you want me to sit around and listen to people talk about dykes, faggots, no black excellence, no black love, the whole entire black community is trash, throw it away, as if it's not levels to this shit. As if not even in slavery there were black people who were free slaves, who weren't even slaves, just free black people that were not all light-skinned people. This is what I'm saying to you, this level of ignorance, to just This person's in this country illegally and they don't have no right to be here. Throw them all out. Throw the kids out too. What kind of do you have any humanity in you? Is that properly said? Is there any type of humanity, intelligence? What is that? It's a lot of other things, and then the whole LGBTQ argument stuff. I can't do it no more. I am done. It's like I have to be like that actor, that the one I told you from House of Dragon. He said all he does is act. He don't be on social media, nothing. All he do is practice his acting. That's all he do. Sometimes he's on some interviews here and there, but that's all he does is his acting. That's how I feel I gotta do. I feel like I have to hone in to that capacity. I have to hone in on everything to that capacity. And yeah, that's just how I feel. I can't listen to it no more. I can't listen to anything but anything at this level in my life. Okay? I can't watch anything but at this level right now. That's how honed in I'm becoming. Where's that video? I can't. I cannot just want to seek more in my life than what's already here. That's what it is. That's all I'm saying, man. It's childish, yo. It's so childish. Just say it out loud. You hate black people. You hate black women. You hate black men and you hate black boys and you hate black children. Just say what it is. And there's no way. And see, here's the thing that I have to speak up about, and this is going to offend people. I don't trust married people talking. I don't trust them. I don't trust people in long-term relationships talking. Like that have their whole life has been that relationship, their career, children, and then they get on a microphone. I don't trust those people. What life do they know? What life have they experienced? Okay. And a lot of times they have not lived life and they have not experienced life. And I always said, who are these people? Who are these people? Have they what do they know about life? They sound scary. They sound like they live behind a fucking door or their gated community. They sound like when they go out, they don't talk or they don't want to talk to people or they're probably rude as fuck to everybody. They don't sound like pleasant people. And then they're in the medical field, so you know they're not pleasant people. This is what I'm saying. And then let's listen to what was said right here. Hold on, y'all. Let's go back. Let me put some sound on.
The job, it was like a big thing. If you got a job, it was always like, because you never knew. The thing about acting too is that once the first job ends, you never know when you're going to get your next, or how the next job is going to come about. And writers often make the importance of the lead character more by the relationship they have with their parents. So, because I was always playing somebody's mom from the time I started almost. I mean, I did, my first big movie was Little Nikita with Sidney Poitier. To me, that was a huge movie, but then there was trauma in that too. But she's don't do that. It was. I'll tell you about it if you want to know. But anyway, so you're always excited to work. But when you first get started, you can't figure out why are these people following them around. You can't even go to the bathroom without somebody knowing where you are. What is the problem with this? And people bossing you around all day. They put the makeup on and then they don't want you to touch it. And then you go, hell, I'm bringing me some extra powder because I'm shining and this woman don't seem to notice. So you have
Be silly.
Go for it.
How do you stay grounded and make sure that you are always keeping your core established?
I think it's important to always remember why you're doing it. And somebody recently asked me, what do you do it for? Or who do you do it for? And I had to really think about it, and I realized, I do it for myself. I have something to get off my chest. As I start to look at my own body of work, it does ground me. Go for it.
How do you stay grounded and make sure that you
I wish I was looking at HBO Max and I don't remember them showing this. Life has to have meaning. Life has to have purpose for me. Okay? Life has to be fulfilled by me the way that I want it fulfilled. And what these people are doing ain't doing it. It works for them. They got a whole bunch of views on their videos. But that's the thing. That kind of stuff always gets that. Does anybody ever notice that? The most negative, horrible shit people get views. When I was on my toxic shit back in my day, I got a lot of fucking views. Oh, let me tell you, I got a ton of fucking views. But now it's just a small bit of people. Because I grew up. The more I've been more mature, the more I grew up. Then there's the aspect of other things, right? And the other things is everybody's so fucking childish to me. That's what it is. Like I'm just over it. What is your purpose? Dear Black divestors, what is your purpose? I understand you claim your purpose is to heal and help Black women, but it sounds to me that there's some mean girl activity going on there. It seems like there's a lot of, you're saying one thing, but you're manipulating and you're doing something else, because the way you talk in your messages don't sound like you like Black women. The videos that you put up don't sound like you have any compassion or some kind of consideration. Don't sound like it. Every time, I can go on and on and on with that. Until all these other divested Black women, something, one of them, I remember I was listening to her and I could tell that my ex didn't like her. She said, "Let me see what her hairline looked like." And I said, "Oh shit, wait, there's her hairline." She said, "Nope, I want to see that woman's hairline." And I said, "Oh, hold on." And so I started searching and I was like, "Wait a minute. She got on a hat. She got on a wig. Oh, wait, that's a wig." And when she puts on her braids, she swoops it over so you don't see her hairline or her forehead. And I was like, "Wait a minute. I, I don't I don't see a hairline." And I said, why are you looking for a hairline?" She goes, "Because most self-hating Black people don't show their hairline." I said, "Oh shit." I said, oh shit. Might be on to something there. And so she goes, she couldn't stand that lady, right? And I listened to it again. And again, this is multiple people. This is just one I'm just pointing out. And I was like, "You're annoying." That's what I said to myself. I said, "Spiritually, you're annoying." And how are you just walking around here being spiteful and wanting people to hurt? And what's so dark, right? This is what's so dark about the Black divested person. This is how I notice, and I say the ones that don't show their face, those are all dark-skinned people. Nobody's going to want to admit it, but they are, because the people who are known like that are light-skinned that was in those spaces, a lot of those people left and they went into the exotical spaces. Oh yeah, nobody wants to talk about that. The thing is, what I find is, it's very interesting that you want to bash and drag Black people, damn near in a way, historically, what y'all call non-Black people did to our ancestors. And y'all go, "Fuck the ancestors, they were mammies too." And I was like, whoa, that's something to say. That's something to say. Because one thing with my success studies, that I will say this, it has made me do my own inner work and realize what was going on with me. Is it made me appreciate history just a little bit more than I should have. I always appreciate history, I always love history, but it made me appreciate history a little bit. I'm still here, y'all. It made me understand, as a Black woman standing here, Black woman with West Indian ancestry and all, standing here, what position I hold as wanting to do the craft and the art and everything that I do, what I have been a part of for most of my life, being in New York City, who I've met, who I crossed, the places I've been, all of these things. It's made me appreciate that. And so I realized with these people, or who do y'all have to look up to? Do you know these women are looking up to women from the 50s that were married These women are looking up to women who were in the house. They're not looking up to women who actually was out there physically on their feet doing things. They're not. I'm telling you, I pay attention on that. I tell you, I'm a master researcher. A master researcher. I pay attention. Now I sit here and I'm like, you hate black people so much. You don't even have a black woman that you model after. So there's a hate for their own self of being a black woman. They don't love being black women. That's a lie. This woman here loves being a black woman. She loves being a woman and she loves black women. Despite what she may see about women, she does. And because of that, that is what makes her who she is. She actually has learned to come around to people. Lena actually likes people and likes to connect with people and learn how to look beyond the other stuff that she has with people. But my thing is, the rest of y'all that I listen to, that everybody love and throw y'all money and listen to y'all toxic ass podcasts and shit, y'all love the drama. And y'all don't like yourselves. And y'all don't like being black. And y'all don't like your dark skin. I realize that. Y'all don't like anything that is reflective of that. So much that y'all call Shonda Rhimes a mammy. Shonda Rhimes is not a mammy. She is not a mammy. I don't know how or where, what y'all watched. That's not a mammy. But I guess if a black woman's with a black male, then she's a mammy. And that's just what comes with it. And another thing that comes with it, is that there is a lot of pain. Okay? Canva. I never paid anything at fucking Canva. I never paid y'all anything. See, this that bullshit. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Caroline Levitt's. I knew her mouth was going to get her in trouble eventually. I never bought anything from Canva. Why is Canva trying to take anything from me? I never bought anything from them. I don't have no account with Canva. I do everything for free. I gotta handle all of this. I gotta go to all my subscriptions. I gotta look at every last goddamn subscription I got and go back and cancel all of them shits, bro. I think I'm gonna just keep my Netflix though. That's the only thing I might keep, and I might only because I watch what I watch on there. Other than that, yo, listen to me, y'all. I don't have to go down the rabbit hole about that stuff. my life is just shifting into something far more intelligent. I see, I can see why. I see why people eventually do this stuff and just want to go away. Not that I never knew. Not that I never knew. Not that I never knew. Hold on. Here's the thing. Where's the intelligence of it all? Where is the intelligence of it all? I'm being for real. Where is the part of it that makes sense? That's all I'm saying. And I can see why. Like, I get why people can't stand people like myself, don't like people like Lena, don't like people at the Met Gala. I get why I got the download that I got. Okay. I realize, like, there's so many people out here, they don't want to do no work. They don't want to elevate their life. They don't. They just don't. They don't. Whatever life is thrown at them, they just defeat it and just let life throw things at them. I also come to realize that, oh shit. These people are not at the level. Okay. They not at this level, yo. It ain't in them. It never will be. They don't have. Do you understand that the arts is connected to intelligence? Whether you want to accept that or not, art is connected to being intelligent. Okay. Okay. It's connected to the whole thing of people who they don't have this level of anything for their lives. And this is why it's so much, you know, so much back and forth about nothing. It's so much yelling about nothing. There are times I hear people have conversations and I go, this is important. This is important to talk about. This is a topic that we should all care about. These are the questions that I pose all the time. And I think it just got to a point I don't even have to look at the aspects. So I don't have to look at the aspects. I just think I just got to a vibrational point where I just said I cannot. I only want higher. I only want to align with what aligns with me. I want to align with what I'm aiming to align for. I want to raise myself in that frequency. I love that cover. I want to pull my life into that frequency. That's it. I don't want it no other way. Maybe it's my success studies. Maybe Lena's energy just was like, hey, enough of this. I don't know what to tell you. But whatever happened today, on this day, I just said no more. And I need a fucking break. I'm just getting everything out my chest. I sat here and there's this debate. I don't want to get into the details of it, but there's a literal debate in the LGBTQ community about who they want in certain spaces. And I expressed what I expressed. Somebody was like, no, I'm not going to not allow them in our spaces. And my girlfriend is that way and I accept her. And you're wrong, sis. And something about the energy just pulled me away. Like, I'm good. I'll just leave the group. I'm just leave. And I really like that group. I left. Because what's happening to me is like, what am I benefiting from what I'm doing? If I join a film, if I go into a group for screenwriters or filmmakers, indie filmmakers, what do I benefit in this group, right? I can benefit something in that group, right? But here's the thing about these groups that I have joined and all this shit, right? What I am coming to see is I still need to be very careful, because if I'm raising my frequency at a certain level, I need to know what I need to be getting affiliated with. Do you understand? I need to know who and what I'm getting affiliated with and why I'm getting affiliated with them or getting associated with them. If it's even worth my time to do it. Okay? This is something that I realize. Now, I want to go ahead. This is going to be the last show for a while. Kind of a last show of the year type situation because I'm like over it. Yeah, I'm over it. My other show got taken down because of the thumbnail, y'all. Yeah, they said the thumbnail had sexuality, nudity, and they was like, we don't think that you realize that, so we're not going to strike you. We just took the video down. I'm glad they realized that, because when you first look at the picture, you can't really tell that her anything is hanging or any, because like when you first look at it and then you look at the topic, because YouTube will look at your stuff. When you look at the topic of what I was talking about plus what the picture was about raising your standards and stuff, I guess they realized like, okay, that was really kind of them to even realize that really did not know or see that she was naked, that she had a titty that was halfway out or anything. Otherwise I would have never posted it, because she looked like she just had like a regular top on, right? Like a low top, and then she was like, her clothes was discombobulated because she was drunk. Yes, that's what I got from it. Okay, hold on. Is this Master Teacher Shin Hong?
Presence. And that means sometimes stepping away, not to isolate yourself, but to recalibrate. You choose to no longer engage in conversations that shrink you. You no longer pretend to be interested in things that disturb your focus. You're not being rude. You're being responsible with your energy. This is where silence becomes your ally. You realize you don't need to explain every decision. You don't need to justify why something doesn't feel right anymore. You simply honor the feeling. You bow to it, because you understand now that your peace is not something you can sacrifice for the comfort of others. And sometimes this means releasing what was once familiar. It may mean walking away from friendships that no longer feel aligned. It may mean spending more time alone, choosing solitude over superficial connection. But you are not lonely. You are becoming selective. You are curating your environment with care because you finally recognize how sacred your attention is. There will be moments where your clarity makes others uncomfortable. They may say you've changed, that you're distant, you've become too serious. But deep inside, you know you're not creating distance out of pride. You're creating space for clarity. You are not rejecting anyone. You are returning to yourself. Shift will ask you to trust yourself more deeply than ever. Because while others may not understand
you. And here's another thing. These divestors are not attractive. I have not once seen a black divested woman that's attractive. And none of the exoticals show their faces. So, yeah. Like, none of them are attractive. Okay.
your silence, your stillness, or your refusal to participate in chaos, you understand. And that's enough. You no longer look for validation in shared dysfunction. You no longer bend yourself to fit into spaces you've outgrown. You begin to value quality over quantity. In people, in conversations, in time. You realize that even one moment of alignment is more nourishing than hours of empty noise. And so you protect that alignment. You become less reactive, more intentional. You no longer fight to be heard. You choose to listen. Through listening, you know where to stay and where to gently walk away. This signal marks a profound inner shift from tolerance to discernment. You no longer tolerate what drains you simply because it is familiar. You no longer stay just to avoid discomfort. You trust the discomfort. You trust the inner contraction. You trust the pull away, because it is always followed by a deeper return. You are not here to prove your growth to anyone. You are here to honor it. And if something no longer feels right, it's not a failure. It's a signal. It's the sound of your soul choosing harmony over history, peace over pressure, presence over performance. And that choice, that quiet, private decision, is what makes the new you real. The third signal that you've outgrown the old you is that your desire for external validation begins to dissolve. Not that you no longer care about others, it's that you no longer seek yourself in them. Approval used to feel like oxygen. Praise once felt necessary for self-worth. You used to move according to how you were perceived. But now, a quiet detachment forming, a sense that your path is no longer up for negotiation. You are beginning to lead yourself from within. This shift does not happen through pride. It happens through pain, through the realization that no amount of applause can fill the silence left by self-neglect. There comes a point when chasing approval becomes exhausting, and in that fatigue, something powerful is born. The need to stop performing and start aligning. You begin to act, speak, and live, not for the sake of recognition, but because it is what feels right, regardless of who is watching. You begin to understand that true self-respect cannot be outsourced, that when your value is determined by how others respond to you, you will forever be enslaved to their opinions. Realization breaks a chain that may have quietly held you for years. At first, it feels strange. You notice yourself holding back from explaining your decisions. You begin to walk away from conversations where your truth doesn't fit. You stop trying to make everyone understand you. And though part of you still wants to be liked, a deeper part of you knows that being liked is not the same as being true. You used to seek feedback to feel safe. Now you seek silence to feel clear. You used to post, share, speak, or move with the thought, will they see me? Now the question has changed. It's not, will they see me? It's, do I see myself clearly in this? And if the answer is no, you adjust. You no longer force alignment with others just to avoid standing alone. This change doesn't mean arrogance. It means ownership. You own your path. You own your voice. You accept the solitude that sometimes comes with that ownership. In that solitude, you find something stronger than popularity. Peace.
Yo, you have Black people doing things that you would have never known that Black people do or that Black people are doing. You have a lot of young Black people who are pioneering out here. Here's my thing, okay? Do I think that Black women, like I said, Black women have no friends, we have no allies. I get it, okay? But do I also feel that we still have to, because we have that, okay, you can have that realization, but you can still navigate smart. You feel me? You can still have that realization, but you can still navigate smart. Right. And then you have and why did I bring this up, right? Because I heard what he had said, and then I had looked at something in the background, and I'm like, bro, do you understand? Okay, I understand the Black divested woman to speak these things. Or I thought it was amazing. I was like, wow, this is great. But I have to realize that these people are not me. You know, I know when I speak about things, how I speak about things, and what I mean when I speak about things. But then as I started getting to know them, I was like, oh, this is ignorant. This is like, these people don't touch grass, right? But I noticed that there's so many other Black people that's like standing in front of the screen and they're like inspiring other young Black women, other young Black, young Black women, older Black women, all this kind of stuff. They're standing in front of the screen and they're inspiring them. You have women like Felicia Pry, who's in her 40s, speaking to women in their 40s. Okay. You have Black women like Stephanie McFarland, who talks about TV writing and the symbolism and storytelling and this and that, and has her own course that she teaches and stuff. TV writer in the TV rooms right now of HBO. Don't even know, showing that they exist in these spaces. But I understand what the divested Black woman is saying. You need to get the fuck away from the Black male because he does not want you. He does not like you. He never did. I agree with that. But then what about the queer Black women? Where do we stand? Oh, okay. No, we're mammies now because we're mammies and we just don't deal with that faggot shit. Right. So now there's more separatism. Because now y'all want the Black woman to have an image that y'all want the Black woman to have for the non-Black male. See how that works? See how it always flips around on our heads? This is the problem with women's circles, is this shit right here. And it's people, period. They have their own hidden fucked up agenda. See what I'm saying? Because if it's for Black women, if it's for the elevation of Black women, and there are Black women who are clearly divested, or do you associate her dating the Black masculine presenting or stud woman? You see that as what? She's still with the Black male? Is that what it is? See, you see how it goes? Or is it just straight that you just don't fuck with anybody who's gay, homosexual, LGBTQ, whatever? Because that's what it looks like. And so that's when the hidden agenda shit always happen. And see, I pause again, y'all. And see, this is what I'm saying. And this is when I say, this is when the childishness is coming in. I refuse to sit here and give a damn about Taylor Swift and what she has to say about Black women. That's not going to stop me from liking her songwriting. It's not going to stop me from liking her music. It's not going to stop me. Because it's just, it doesn't affect me. If my own daughter says, I don't fuck with Taylor Swift because of that, I'll say, okay, child, okay, I get it. I won't say nothing. That's it. I don't get caught up with shit like that. And I just be like, what's the surprise? Y'all don't see this? That's what be killing me, is y'all don't see this? I already knew Taylor Swift did not like Black women. I already know I already see the kind of Black woman that Taylor Swift don't like. Because if you're a true divested Black woman, she's not having a, okay. I'll explain it this way. This is what I see. Okay. The same thing with Doja Cat, right? Doja Cat was actually raised by a Black woman, a very phenomenal Black woman. I think John Coltrane's daughter or something like that. That's definitely a musician's daughter. I think it was Coltrane's daughter. I could be wrong. Did I say John Coltrane? That might have been somebody else. Did John Coltrane even have children? My bad. Anyway, Doja Cat knows the difference. Taylor Swift does too. I see it as, it's the same thing as when you see, this busted down fucking Beckisha coming around dating Black males. Like, and if you care about Black males, you'd just be like, oh, one of those. That's what I get from what Tay is saying. Could it be possible that it could be darker? Could it be that these men that she's fucking. It could be two ways. It could be that they themselves don't really like black women and they fuck them, or that her energy can pick up how much they love black women and she's feeling how much she hates them. That's what could be going on as well. And why does she keep dating men that has dated black women? That's what Tay needs to start digging into within herself. But let's go back to the teacher Shin Han.
The old version of you may have needed others to reflect your value. The new you looks inwards. The old version of you waited to be told, you're enough. The new you already knows. This doesn't mean you reject connection. It means your connection is no longer desperate. It is no longer built on needing approval, but on shared resonance. Your self-worth no longer inflates or deflates based on someone's reaction. You become steady, quietly powerful. You no longer try to prove your worthiness by overgiving, over-explaining, or overextending. You give from presence, not performance, and people will notice. Some may admire the strength. Others may question the shift, but you will not shrink to be understood. You will not compromise clarity for comfort. You will walk your path, not to impress, but to express what is real within you. You'll start seeing how often people move based on who is watching, how they live their entire lives reacting to expectation. You'll have compassion for this, but you won't join it. You'll recognize that you were once caught in that same pattern. But now you have chosen something different. You have chosen self-leadership. And this is not easy, because it means letting go of the need to explain your evolution. It means being okay when others don't get it. It means sitting with the discomfort of disappointing people who only love the old version of you. It is in this very discomfort that you grow roots. You learn to stand tall without needing to be held up. You stop chasing applause. You start cultivating alignment. You stop reacting to opinions. You start listening to intuition. You stop trying to be everything for everyone. You start becoming exactly what you are meant to be. This signal is not loud. It doesn't shout. It doesn't need attention. It just shows up in how you carry yourself, in how you say no without guilt, in how you speak less but with more weight, in how your presence begins to feel more grounded, even in silence. And when you reach this point, you realize something freeing, that validation is a moving target, but truth is still, and you are learning to live still, to lead from that stillness, to choose what's true over what's popular. And that choice is the surest sign that the old you, the one who needed to be seen in order to feel real, has been left behind, not with anger, not with resentment, but with quiet gratitude, because that version of you got you here. You are now ready for more. The fourth signal that you've outgrown the old version of yourself is that you begin choosing long-term alignment over short-term comfort. You no longer move according to urgency or impulse. You pause, you evaluate, you ask deeper questions. The old you may have been easily pulled by what felt good in the moment, a distraction, a temporary fix, a shortcut, or the temptation to postpone what truly matters. But now, a different voice inside you speaks. One that is quieter, but stronger. One that reminds you what brings ease now often brings regret later, and what requires discipline now leads to freedom. This shift doesn't happen suddenly. Unfolds as you begin noticing the consequences of your choices. You become more aware of how the small decisions you once dismissed have shaped the quality of your life. How repeatedly choosing comfort over clarity only delayed your growth. And through this realization, a quiet seriousness begins to take root inside you. Not a harsh pressure, but a quiet sense of responsibility. You begin to understand that your life is not random. It is built choice by choice, habit by habit, day by day. When you begin to choose alignment, your relationship with time changes. You no longer ask, what feels good right now? You ask, will this nourish my future self? You don't just think about what a decision brings. You consider what it costs. You start to look further. You develop the discipline to sit in temporary discomfort if it means staying true to your deeper values. You begin to respect what is difficult when it's necessary. And that means your priorities begin to shift. You might spend less time seeking distraction and more time building inner clarity. You start to appreciate simplicity. You begin to prioritize structure, discipline, stillness, and daily rituals. Not because someone told you to, but because you felt the cost of inconsistency. You know what it's like to drift, to delay, to deny your own path. And now you choose not to do it anymore. This shift will challenge you. The world often rewards urgency and comfort. It tells you to chase what's shiny, to indulge now and worry later. But when you've outgrown the old version of yourself, those rewards no longer feel satisfying. They feel hollow. You begin to crave something more enduring, a life that is not just exciting in moments, but meaningful in its direction. So you stop rushing into decisions. You stop entertaining people and places that pull you off your path. You say no, not out of arrogance, but out of clarity. You recognize the cost of scattering your energy. You know that alignment cannot survive where there is constant compromise. And with that understanding, a calm maturity begins to emerge. You learn to delay gratification not out of fear, but out of purpose. You begin to track your habits, not with obsession, but with awareness. You notice which choices bring clarity and which create confusion. You begin to treat your time as sacred, not because you're in a hurry, but because you know what's at stake when you live without intention. And slowly, your life becomes quieter, but more powerful, more focused, more grounded. Start to walk slower, but with more certainty. You no longer seek momentum in chaos. You find it in consistency. You understand now that mastery is not about intensity, but about repetition. That transformation is not about massive leaps, but about invisible commitments kept day after day. This signal isn't dramatic. It's steady. It's seen in how you wake, how you move, how you choose to say no to old temptations. Seen in your posture when no one is watching. In your patience when things don't go as planned. In your decision to return to what matters, even when it's uncomfortable. The old version of you may have loved intensity. The new version respects discipline. The old you wanted fast results. The new you wants lasting results. The old you followed feelings. The new you follows truth. You are not perfect, but you are consistent. You are not rigid. You are rooted. You are not finished, but you are focused. And that quiet focus is what separates who you are from who you're becoming. So when you notice yourself choosing structure over chaos, peace over excitement, clarity over distraction, know this: you're not boring. You're becoming unshakable. You're not slow. You're becoming sustainable. You're not disconnected. You're deeply aligned. Because the one who walks in alignment may walk alone for a while, but never walks in circles. And if you've started choosing the long road, the quiet road, the road without shortcuts, you've already left the old version of yourself behind, not with fanfare, but with grace. Growth is not always loud, more often subtle, quiet. It doesn't always show up in dramatic breakthroughs or visible achievements. Sometimes it reveals itself in what no longer resonates, in the silence you now value, in the conversations you no longer chase, in the decisions you make without needing to explain them. You begin this journey not with answers, but with questions. Why don't I feel the same anymore? Why does this space feel too small? Why do I crave silence more than stimulation? Questions aren't signs of confusion. They are signals of awakening. Signals that something within you is shifting, evolving, expanding. You are not losing yourself. You are shedding layers that were never truly you. First signal appears when your interests change. What once excited you now feels distant. The noise you used to crave becomes irritating. You no longer reach for distractions that used to comfort you. Your mind has grown hungry for depth, for truth, for alignment. This shift may not be understood by others, but it doesn't need to be. You no longer belong to your past preferences. You've outgrown them, and that's enough. Comes the second signal, an increased sensitivity to energy. You can no longer tolerate environments or people who drain your spirit. You feel it in your body, in your breath. You know when something doesn't sit right, and you respect that knowing. You create space, not out of arrogance, but out of necessity. You've realized that your peace is not negotiable, that protecting your energy is a form of wisdom, not isolation. The third signal is even quieter, but even more powerful. Your need for validation dissolves. The old you lived for approval, always seeking reflection from others to feel worthy. But now your worth is no longer outsourced. It lives within. You don't perform to be seen, you don't explain to be understood, you don't chase recognition. You walk in truth. You act in silence. You stand firm, not because of applause, but because you know who you are without it. And finally, you begin choosing long-term alignment over short-term comfort. You are no longer seduced by temporary ease. You see the cost of compromise. You choose discipline over distraction. You walk away from the easy path and begin walking the true path. Slowly, steadily, without needing to rush. Because you have come to understand the right path is not the one that feels good right now, the one that honors who you are becoming. These signals are not steps on a checklist. They are shifts in your internal compass. Together, they point to one truth you've You ever stop to wonder how many of your days are actually yours? Not the calendar days. I'm talking about the moments, the choices, the actions you take. Are they really yours? Or are you moving on autopilot, reacting instead of living, obeying instead of choosing? We live in a world that wants you numb. It wants you busy, overwhelmed, distracted, scrolling, rushing, consuming, comparing. A system that trains you to work like a machine, sleep like a prisoner, and dream only within the limits of a paycheck. Wake up, eat what you're told, wear what's marketed, repeat, and never question. But let me remind you of something powerful. You're not a robot. You're not here to just function. You're here to live, deeply, consciously, purposefully. There is a voice inside you, quiet, maybe, but real. That voice, that's the real you, the part that remembers, the part that still feels. And you owe it to yourself to hear it again. There's a saying in the East, the one who looks outside, the one who looks inside awakens. So let's start there. Let's awaken. Because if you don't consciously choose who you are in this world, someone else will choose for you. Society will script your life if you don't write your own chapters. You don't need to escape the system. What you need is to be free inside it. That's real power. Freedom is not a location, not a bank balance. Freedom is clarity. Freedom is when your mind, your body, and your spirit align so deeply that no job, no pressure, no opinion can break you. And that kind of freedom doesn't come easy. Built with discipline, with self-awareness, with courage. It means stepping back and asking yourself the hard questions. Why am I doing this? Does this align with who I am? Am I living or am I being lived? We've become slaves to comfort. We trade fulfillment for convenience. But greatness doesn't grow in comfort zones. It grows in intention. It grows when you show up differently, when you stop chasing noise and start listening to your own breath. When you slow down, not to do less, but to be more. You want to know the truth. Most people don't want freedom. They want familiarity. They want routine, even if it kills their spirit slowly. But that's not your path, not anymore. You're not here to survive. You're here to awaken, to evolve, to master the one thing that truly belongs to you, yourself. So, break the loop. Wake up 5 minutes earlier and just sit with yourself. Walk in silence. Eat like you respect your body. Speak like your words shape your reality, because they do. Think like your thoughts become your life, because they will. They say, you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. What that means is simple. The world doesn't change when the system changes. The world changes when you do. So instead of waiting for the system to give you freedom, bring freedom into how you live each moment, one breath at a time, one conscious action at a time. Because the goal is not to escape life. It's to experience it fully. To suffer well, to love deeply, fail honorably, to walk awake in a sleeping world. You are not a robot. You are a force, focused, free, and no system, no matter how loud, how heavy, or how polished, can cage a human being who knows who they are. There's a rhythm out there in the world that most people dance to without realizing they're even moving. It's fast, it's loud, endless, and it tells you what to want, what to wear, how to act, what success looks like, and when you're allowed to feel proud. That rhythm is called the system. It's not evil, it's not good, just is. But the problem starts when you stop realizing that you've been moving to its beat for so long that you can't hear your own anymore. You wake up not because your body is ready, because an alarm says it's time. You eat not because you're hungry, but because the clock says it's lunchtime. You go to work, you show up, you smile, you perform, and maybe you do it well, but deep inside, there's this faint whisper that says, this isn't me, this isn't my rhythm, this isn't my path. But you push that whisper down. Why? The world doesn't reward inner voices, it rewards performance. It rewards speed, it rewards repetition. So, you keep moving, you keep obeying, and soon enough, you forget you were ever free to begin with. And that, right there, is the danger. We think slavery ended centuries ago. No chains, no cages, no masters. But many of us are still trapped, not behind walls, but inside routines we never chose. Addicted to comfort, trapped by expectation, obeying every demand without asking who's giving the orders. But you're not a robot. You weren't made for default settings. You were made for choice. You were built with awareness. You are a soul wrapped in skin, not a machine programmed to respond. And yet, that's exactly what many of us have become: reactive, mechanical, predictable. We wake up every day, and before we've even spoken to ourselves, we've already been told what to do, how to think, and what matters. If you don't pause, if you don't interrupt the pattern, the world will make you believe that's all there is, that the goal is to fit in, comply, and function. But let me tell you something that cuts through all the noise. The goal is not to function. The goal is to live. And to live means to choose. To live means to feel. To live means to take back the one thing this system cannot control: your awareness. That's your secret weapon. Awareness is when you look at your life and say, hold on, is this mine? Did I choose this job, relationship, this belief, or did I inherit it? Was it sold to me as success? Was it marketed to me as happiness? That moment right there, when you ask those questions, is when you stop being a robot. That's when you become human again, and you don't need to quit your job or move to a mountaintop to wake up. You just need to show up consciously. You need to decide. You need to breathe with intention, walk with intention, speak with intention. That's how you take your power back inside the system, not by breaking it, but by refusing to let it break you. See, system works best when you're too tired to think, when you've forgotten how to be still. The moment you get quiet, the moment you start moving from a place of awareness, you become something dangerous free. Because a free mind can't be manipulated. A free heart doesn't follow trends. And a free soul doesn't need permission to be at peace. So the next time you feel like you're running without knowing why, stop. Just stop. Ask yourself, what do I want in this moment? Not what was programmed into me, but what I truly want. That question is the start of everything. You're not a robot. You're not here to simply function. You're here to feel. You're here to choose. You're here to wake up. Now's the time. Freedom isn't about escaping the world, not about running away from responsibility or isolating yourself from society. That's not power. That's retreat. True freedom is about being in the middle of the noise and still hearing your own voice. It's about standing right inside the system and refusing to let it shape who you are. See, anybody can go off the grid. It takes a different kind of strength to live in this world and stay true to yourself. And that's what this is really about. We don't need to escape the system. We need to learn how to be free inside it. That's a deeper kind of strength. It's not physical, it's mental, it's emotional, it's spiritual. That's what the ancient Shaolin discipline teaches you. How to be unmoved in a world that tries to shake you every single day. You don't fight the world. You discipline yourself until you no longer bend when the world pushes. We think freedom is doing whatever we want. No limits, no rules, just flow. But that's a lie. Real freedom comes from structure. Real freedom comes when you build habits so strong your future becomes predictable. Not because you're trapped, but because you've chosen what you repeat. The system runs on unconscious repetition, but you take control of your life when you choose conscious repetition. You train the mind. You train the body. You train your choices. Because without discipline, freedom becomes chaos. And chaos leads right back to slavery, to craving, to addiction, to emotional spirals that hijack your life. Now let's talk about those emotional spirals. The world is wired to keep you reactive. Headlines, social media, conflict. All of it is designed to provoke you. Why? Because if you're triggered, you're easier to control. If you pause, if you build enough inner space between what happens and how you respond, you become untouchable. That's what it means to be free inside the system. To walk through the fire and not let it burn your peace. To face the noise and still hear your own breath. To experience pain, but choose not to become bitter. That's mastery. But here's the truth. Mastery doesn't come from one decision. It comes from one decision repeated daily, over and over again until you rewire your brain to serve you instead of sabotage you. That's the Shaolin way. That's the warrior mindset. You don't rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. So ask yourself, what am I repeating every day without thinking? Because that's what's shaping your life. You want to be free. Then stop living on autopilot. Stop letting yesterday's habits design tomorrow's regrets. Freedom is a skill. And like any skill, it needs practice. Every time you wake up and meditate, instead of scrolling, you're training freedom. Every time you breathe instead of reacting in anger, you're training freedom. Every time you choose a hard truth over a convenient lie, you're training freedom. You don't need to rebel. You don't need to scream. All you need to do is lie awake, the most powerful rebellion there is. And listen, this isn't about being perfect. You will stumble. You will forget. You will fall back into old patterns. That's human. That's okay. What matters is that you return to yourself again and again until your awareness becomes your anchor. That's how you stay grounded while the world tries to sweep you away. System's job is to keep running, but your job is to remember that you are not machinery. You're not here to repeat. You're here to evolve, to be still in the chaos, to be conscious in the noise, to be free, not because you left the system, but because the system never took you from yourself. So don't ask, how do I escape? Ask, how do I awaken? Because once you awake, the system can't own you. Sometimes we think the system is out there, in the government, in technology, in institutions. But the truth is, the most dangerous system is the one we build inside our own minds. The beliefs we repeat, the limits we accept, the fears we nurture. You see, long before the world ever told you, no, you told yourself, I can't. And the longer you feed that voice, the more it runs your life without you even realizing it. That's how the real programming works. It's invisible. It's silent. And it hides behind everyday thoughts like, I'll never be good enough. It's too late for me. Or, this is just the way I am. Those aren't facts. They're old files playing on loop. And until you become conscious of them, you keep living out a script you didn't even write. A script passed down by fear, by pain, by other people's expectations. Now listen, recognizing this isn't weakness. It's wisdom. It takes strength to look at yourself honestly. To admit that maybe, just maybe, your biggest obstacle is not what's out there, what's in here. And once you see it, you have a choice. You can either keep running the program or you can rewrite it. That's where real change begins. But let's be honest, rewriting your internal system is hard. It takes time. It takes patience. It takes a kind of inner grit most people run from. Because comfort is addictive. And discomfort, where growth lives. If you want to upgrade your life, you have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. Start by questioning the thoughts that feel automatic. I'm not smart enough. Is that true? Or did you just hear it enough times that you believed it? People like me don't succeed. Who told you that? And why do they get to decide how your story ends? Every time a negative thought shows up, challenge it like a lawyer cross-examining a bad witness. Interrogate it. Don't just accept it. Don't let fear rent space in your head for free. You are the landlord of your mind. Start evicting what doesn't serve you. And here's the key. Don't just focus on what you want to remove. Focus on what you want to install. You can't just delete self-doubt. You have to replace it with confidence, repetition, action. You can't just silence fear. You have to speak courage louder. This is the path of internal freedom. Not about pretending you don't have negative thoughts. It's about not obeying them. It's about realizing that a thought is not a command. Because your brain throws something at you doesn't mean you have to catch it. Meditation, breath work, reflection, these are not spiritual fluff. They're tools to rewire your operating system. They help you pause. They help you see. They help you reprogram your defaults. And the more you do it, the less reactive you become. The less you're tossed around by every emotion, every trigger, every whisper of doubt. You're not a robot. You're not some program being stuck in a loop. You are awareness. You are the space behind the thought. And that space, that's your power. That's where you can choose something different. So, when life presses your buttons, take a breath. Don't respond from the old version of you. Respond from the version you're building, the version who is conscious, who is awake, who knows that every time they override an old pattern, they take a piece of their freedom back. This world will try to automate your soul. It will try to make you predictable, programmable, profitable. But you are not here to be a machine, you are here to be human. Fully human. Alive, aware, and unshakably awake. And if you remember that even when the system is loud, even when the thoughts are heavy, you win. Not by escaping, but by mastering the space within. Let me tell you something most people never hear. You were never meant to fit perfectly inside this system. You weren't designed to march to someone else's rhythm, to sit silently while your soul screams for more. You were born with a fire, a voice, a vision. But somewhere along the way, you were taught to shrink, to obey, to blend in. And little by little, you started handing over pieces of yourself, your confidence, your curiosity, creativity, just to be accepted, just to survive. But survival is not the goal. Freedom is. I'm not talking about external freedom. I'm talking about internal liberation. The kind where your decisions are no longer driven by fear. The kind where your value isn't defined by titles, followers, or applause. The kind where you no longer need permission to be yourself. Kind of freedom starts with self-honesty. You've got to ask yourself, right now, am I living my truth? Or am I just playing a role the world gave me? Because here's the harsh truth. If you don't choose who you are, the world will choose for you. It will label you. It will limit you. It will train you to chase validation like a dog chasing its tail. Will reward you for being average, for staying silent, for fitting in. But if you want to be truly alive, if you want to matter, you've got to risk standing out. And that takes courage. Courage to speak up when it's easier to stay quiet. Courage to move forward when the path is unclear. Courage to trust yourself even when nobody else does. It's not easy. It's not glamorous, but it's necessary. See, the world wants you to believe that comfort equals happiness. But that's a lie. Comfort is a cage. It keeps you tame. It keeps you small. Growth only happens when you step into resistance. When you lean into discomfort and say, I'm not afraid of who I am becoming. Because the truth is, you're not stuck. You're just scared. Scared of what happens when you break the mold. Scared of how people might react when you stop pretending. Scared of failing. But fear is a liar, and every step you take in spite of it. That's freedom. But don't wait for motivation. Don't wait for perfect conditions. Discipline is the bridge between who you are and who you can be. Every morning you wake up early to train your body, you're breaking free. Every time you journal your thoughts instead of running from them, you're breaking free. Every deep breath you take before reacting out of anger, you're breaking free. Freedom isn't a moment, a lifestyle. It's choosing presence over distraction, purpose over noise, alignment over approval. And when you live like that, you become a force. Not because you're the loudest, not because you're the strongest, but because you're the most authentic. And authenticity, that's magnetic. That's rare. That's powerful. So stop trying to become something you're not. Start remembering who you are underneath all the layers of expectation, fear, and pressure. There's a version of you that is whole, aware, and powerful. Reclaim that person. Once you're free on the inside, no system can own you. No circumstance can shake you. You can be in the middle of chaos and still move with clarity. You can be underestimated and still operate with confidence. You can be doubted by the world and still trust your direction. That's the essence of self-mastery. That's what it means to live awake. The best part, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens in the small choices, the quiet battles, the moments nobody sees. That's where you break the chains. So get free inside the system. To be a robot, think for yourself, move with intention, choose growth over comfort, choose truth over ease, because the world needs fewer copies and more originals. Needs you, the real you, now more than ever. Now let me leave you with this. Life isn't about becoming what others expect. It's about uncovering who you already are. Underneath the pressure, beneath the noise, past the fear, you are not a machine. You are not programmed by society to just wake up, go to work, follow rules, and die quietly. You were created for more than the repetitive cycle you've been caught in. And somewhere deep inside, you know that. That's why you feel restless. That's why even with success, titles, and followers, something still feels missing. Because your soul doesn't care how polished your image is. Your soul wants truth. Your soul wants peace. It wants freedom. But freedom comes at a price. And that price is awareness. You've got to become conscious of how you live, what you allow, what you feed your mind, who you spend time with, and how you speak to yourself. The first key You can't heal what you won't face. You can't grow if you stay asleep. And most people, they're sleepwalking through life. They wake up already tired, scrolling through a phone, chasing validation, afraid to stop and actually feel. But not you. Not anymore. You're here for a reason, not by accident, not by coincidence. This message, this moment, it's for you. Because it's time to wake up. It's time to unplug from the programming. It's time to stop living like a robot in someone else's system and start designing your own. Do you know what real strength is? Not just physical power. It's not just willpower. It's the discipline to choose yourself every single day. Even when it's uncomfortable. Even when it's unpopular. Even when it would be easier to just fit in and stay quiet. Real strength is the ability to remain soft in a hardened world. To stay human when everyone else seems numb. To remain grounded in a system built to distract, divide, and drain you. When you build that kind of inner foundation, one that isn't based on trends or approval, then you become unshackable. Your confidence no longer depends on circumstances. Your peace is not held hostage by chaos. You're no longer tossed around by the opinions of others because you know where you stand. And from that place, life begins to change. Your energy shifts, your relationships evolve, your focus sharpens, your mind clears, and most importantly, your actions align with your values. That's where the magic happens. That's when you stop existing and start living. So ask yourself, are you reacting or are you responding? Are you following the noise or are you listening to your own voice? You can't serve two masters, comfort and growth. One will keep you safe, the other will make you strong. You've got to choose. And once you do, once you commit to mastering yourself, outside world no longer controls you. Not your past, not your mistakes, not the labels they gave you. You become the architect of your reality, no longer a product of the system, but a creator within it. Isn't about rebellion, it's about responsibility. Taking ownership of your life, being awake, being present, being real. So if you hear anything today, let it be this: you are not a robot. You are not a slave to the system. You are not here to conform. You are here to transform. And your transformation begins the moment you decide you've had enough of surviving and you're ready to start living. Stay focused, stay grounded, and above all, stay free. Freedom, that's the real victory. In a world that celebrates noise, the most radical act of strength is silence. When you choose to turn your attention inward and focus on yourself, you discover that silence is not emptiness, it is presence, it is power, and it is the foundation of all meaningful relationships. In silence, we discover a truth that the modern world rarely speaks of: the power to truly be present. We live in a time where constant communication is mistaken for connection, where the loudest voice in the room is often assumed to carry the most authority. Yet the human heart, when quiet, understands something entirely different. Presence does not come from filling the air with words. It emerges from the depth of our stillness. Think of the moments in your own life where you sat with someone you deeply trusted, and without needing to say much, you felt safe, understood, connected. That is the silent presence of another human being, and it carries a strength that no performance can replicate. When you begin to master silence, your relationships shift. Instead of rushing to prove, to persuade, to dominate, you allow others to feel seen and heard. In that space, people lower their defenses. They lean in, not because you demanded attention, but because your quiet presence made them want to stay. The physiology of silence is equally remarkable. When we remain quiet, especially in situations where emotions are high, the body recalibrates. The heart slows down. The nervous system softens its tension. Instead of being dragged into fight or flight reactions, silence gives the body time to stabilize. Consider what happens in conflict: raised voices, rapid breathing, the tightening of muscles. This physiological storm often escalates the disagreement, not because the issue itself is unresolvable, but because the body is hijacked by stress. Silence interrupts this chain. It restores presence. It signals to the nervous system that danger is not imminent, allowing clarity to return. In relationships, this pause can be transformative. Instead of speaking words you may later regret, you hold space, you allow breath to steady you, and you offer the other person the dignity of not being attacked. Silence becomes the bridge between emotion and wisdom. Psychologically, silence sharpens awareness. When we step back from the need to speak, we notice more. The tone of a voice, the subtle tension in someone's face, the unspoken emotions carried in the silence of another. Observation deepens. Without the compulsion to constantly contribute, we learn to understand. And understanding, more than eloquence, is the foundation of all strong relationships. Imagine a conversation where one person dominates every moment with their words. Does the other feel valued, seen, or respected? Usually not. But when you stay silent, you create space for others to reveal themselves. You give them the gift of being listened to without interruption, without judgment. In this, silence becomes a form of love. The old saying, "Silence is golden," is not merely poetic. It reflects a deep truth about human connection. In the silence between words, intimacy grows. Lovers can sit together without speaking, yet feel closer than two people in constant chatter. Parents who simply listen to their children without rushing to fix everything often build stronger bonds of trust. Friends who can sit together in silence, not needing to fill the emptiness, demonstrate a relationship rooted in authenticity rather than performance. The strength of your presence is measured not by how much you can say, but by how deeply you can be with another without needing to hide behind words. And yet, silence is not passivity. It is not withdrawal. True silence is active presence. It is listening with your entire being, not only with your ears, but with your eyes, your heart, and your awareness. When you practice silence in this way, people begin to feel something rare around you: safety. They feel that they can unfold without being judged, that they can reveal themselves without being corrected. The energy of such presence can heal. It can transform anger into calm, defensiveness into openness, and loneliness into connection. In this way, silence strengthens not only your presence, but also the very fabric of your relationships. When we understand silence, we see how deeply it connects to focus. Energy flows where attention goes. This is a principle that governs not only relationships, but the entirety of life. Whatever you give your attention to begins to grow, begins to shape your reality. If your focus is scattered, always on what others are doing, comparing, envying, criticizing, your energy is drained outward. You become a mirror of others rather than the architect of yourself. But when you bring your attention inward, you cultivate strength, clarity, and direction. Life becomes less about reaction and more about creation. Think of attention as water flowing through a garden. If you constantly pour it on weeds, resentment, comparison, gossip, those weeds grow strong and take over the soil of your mind. But if you direct the water to the seeds of your own growth, patience, self-discipline, compassion, then what blossoms is a garden that nourishes both you and everyone connected to you. Relationships too are shaped by where you direct your energy. If your focus is always on controlling others, demanding they change, resenting what they are not, you create distance. But if your focus is on cultivating your own clarity, your own calm, your own patience, then you bring to the relationship a strength that cannot be shaken by the imperfections of the other. Psychology confirms this truth. What you repeatedly pay attention to wires itself into your brain. Neuroplasticity shows that the pathways we strengthen are the ones that dominate our habits and emotions. If you constantly focus on negativity, your brain becomes a master of criticism. If you direct your attention toward gratitude, your brain becomes a master of appreciation. This is not mystical, it is biology. Energy follows attention, and attention rewires the mind. In this way, focusing on yourself is not selfishness, it is responsibility. By cultivating inner strength, you become someone capable of contributing peace and stability to others. Consider relationships once more. Imagine two partners in conflict. One chooses to pour energy into blaming, replaying every mistake, demanding immediate change. The other chooses to focus inward, asking, what is my responsibility here? What energy am I bringing into this space? Am I reacting from old wounds, or am I present in clarity? The second approach shifts everything. By redirecting attention from control to awareness, the conflict softens. Energy flows into solutions rather than escalation. This is how focusing on yourself becomes the quiet strength that stabilizes relationships. Even in leadership, this principle is clear. Leaders who scatter their attention on proving themselves to the outside world lose energy quickly. They become exhausted chasing approval. But leaders who focus inward, who master their own discipline and clarity, inspire others naturally. Their energy radiates not because they demand it, but because they embody it. The same is true for families, friendships, and partnerships. Energy flows where attention goes. Focus inward, and your relationships flourish as a natural extension of your grounded self. But attention without anchoring can still drift. The anchor is found in the most fundamental rhythm of life, the breath. Breath is the bridge between body and mind, between the conscious and the unconscious. It is the first thing we receive when we enter this world, and the last thing we release when we leave it. Yet in the noise of daily life, breath is often ignored, taken for granted, rushed. To reclaim the power of silence and focused attention, we must return to the breath. Physiologically, the breath governs the state of our nervous system. When the breath is rapid, the body interprets danger, activates stress responses, muscles tighten, the heart races, the mind becomes restless. But when the breath is slow, deep, and conscious, the body interprets safety. The parasympathetic nervous system activates, calming the heart, relaxing the muscles, and allowing the mind to think clearly. In this way, the breath is a tool more powerful than any. You ever stop to wonder how many of your days are actually yours? Not the calendar days. I'm talking about the There comes a moment in life when the old version of you no longer fits. You can feel it. Not through noise, not through drama, but through silence. A subtle shift. A quiet inner resistance to what once felt normal. Conversations you used to enjoy now feel empty. The places you once sought comfort now feel too small. The people you surrounded yourself with begin to echo an outdated rhythm you no longer move to. This is not arrogance, is not rebellion. This is growth. And the greatest transformations rarely begin with explosions. They begin with whispers. Attention not on the outside, but within. You begin to notice your reactions change. Same situations arise, but something inside you no longer plays along. Your responses become calmer, your patience grows deeper, and your urgency for validation begins to fade. This is not a loss, it is a return. A return to yourself, a version of you that you may not fully recognize yet, but one that feels more real than anything you've been taught to be. Outgrowing your old self is not a betrayal. It is a natural unfolding. As the tree must shed its bark to grow stronger, you too must shed identities, habits, and attachments that once served you, but now limit you. But understand, this growth does not always feel good. In fact, it often feels lonely, because the process of becoming demands solitude. It demands that you leave behind the noise long enough to hear your own truth, not the one the world gave you, the one that lives underneath it all, the one that has always been calling you, even when you weren't ready to listen. And now you are beginning to listen. You are beginning to notice the signals, small but powerful, not always dramatic but always meaningful. Signals are not just signs of change. They are confirmations that you are awakening, that the old story is no longer yours, that your spirit, your mind, and your discipline are aligning in a way that the old you cannot follow. Not a matter of proving yourself anymore. It is a matter of protecting your peace, of honoring your time, of saying no without guilt, of choosing solitude over superficial noise. These shifts are not just preferences, they are signals. And when you understand them, you no longer question the path. You walk it with clarity. This journey is not about becoming better than others. It is about becoming whole within yourself, not about escaping the past. It is about outgrowing the parts of you that were never yours to carry in the first place. Expectations, roles, masks. You begin to set them down. Not in anger, but in understanding. Not in rebellion, but in alignment. And as you walk, you will lose some things. Relationships may fade. Old desires may dissolve. But what remains will be real, solid, clear. You do not need to be loud about this change. True growth does not need to announce itself. It is seen in your energy, in your silence, in your decisions, in your refusal to engage in what once drained you. And if you are noticing these subtle changes in your life, understand, you are not confused, you are evolving. You are not lost. You are simply stepping into space that the old you feared to enter. This speech will guide you through 6 signals, 6 inner confirmations that you've outgrown the old you. Not to inflate your ego, but to anchor your path. Not to celebrate what you've left behind, but to clarify what you're walking toward. Because when you recognize these signals, you stop looking for permission. You stop waiting for the world to understand you, and you begin walking forward. Not because everything is perfect, but because you've seen too much, felt too much, and grown too much to turn back now. So if something within you has been whispering, if you felt the shift but haven't named it, if you've been pulled inward without knowing why, listen closely. These are the signs, and they're not just signs that you're changing. They are proof that you're finally becoming who you were always meant to be. First signal that you've outgrown the old version of yourself is that you begin to lose interest in things that once defined your comfort zone. What used to excite you, pull your attention, or feel important no longer carries the same energy. It's not because you are numb or indifferent. It's because your inner world is shifting, and what used to resonate with you now feels too small for the space you've grown into. This can feel unsettling. You may ask yourself, why am I not interested anymore? Why does this feel boring now? What changed? The answer is simple: you changed. Your values are evolving. Your awareness is expanding. Your perception is no longer aligned with the habits, environments, and conversations that once kept you engaged. This is a natural unfolding of growth. As your consciousness develops, the mind begins to crave nourishment, not distraction. And most of what the old version of you used to chase was simply distraction in disguise. Endless scrolling, empty conversations, seeking approval, staying busy without purpose. These behaviors were once soothing, but now they feel hollow. You begin to sense when your energy is being drained, and you lose tolerance for wasting it. The mind, once addicted to stimulation, starts craving depth. You no longer wish to talk just to fill the silence. You prefer silence to surface level words. You no longer feel the need to be everywhere with everyone. You would rather be in one place, fully present, than in many places half aware. You are no longer trying to keep up. You are trying to slow down and tune in. And this is where confusion can arise, because as your interests shift, the world around you may not understand. Friends may question why you've changed. People may call you distant, quiet, different. but they do not see that your withdrawal is not a retreat. It is a refinement. You are no longer investing energy where it is not respected. You are no longer offering your time without purpose. This shift is not about rejection. It is about realignment. What begins to matter most to you now is truth, not entertainment, not validation, not comfort. Truth. And truth often reveals itself in stillness. So you seek stillness. You create space in your life where you can hear your own thoughts, observe your patterns, and sit with what is real. In that space, something within you strengthens. You start noticing what no longer fits, not because someone told you, but because you feel it. You may find yourself stepping away from certain environments, not because they are wrong, but because you no longer belong to them. You may begin choosing solitude over noise, not out of loneliness, but because your soul now prefers peace to stimulation. You may no longer need to explain yourself. You realize that true understanding does not come from convincing others, but from embodying your change silently. This is the first signal disinterest in what no longer grows you. It can be subtle, a quiet pulling away, a silent refusal to engage. But it is powerful, because every time you choose not to go back into the old pattern, you are walking further into your new self. Every time you say no to what once kept you distracted, you are saying yes to your evolution. And this shift does not require permission. It does not need to be explained. It simply needs to be honored. You must learn to trust that your changing interests are not a problem. They are a signpost. They are your soul's way of saying, we are no longer here. We've moved on. In this phase, discomfort is normal. There will be gaps. Things will fall away before new things arrive. But in that space, you are not lost. You are in transition. Honor the transition. Stay in the gap without rushing to fill it. Let the old dissolve and trust that what's real will take its place. The key is to listen. When something that once mattered no longer calls to you, pause. Don't force yourself to return to it. Ask yourself, what is this change revealing? What part of me is growing, and what is it outgrowing? When you begin asking those questions, the disinterest turns into direction. The silence becomes insight. The confusion becomes clarity. You are not the same. You are not meant to be. And the first proof of your evolution is that the old world no longer feels like home. Not because you're ungrateful for where you've been, but because now you see where you're going. Second signal that you've outgrown the old you is a heightened sensitivity to energy. Specifically, a deeper awareness of how people, spaces, and conversations affect your inner state. Where once you could sit in environments filled with conflict, noise, gossip, or shallow distraction without noticing much, you now find that even brief exposure to these things disturbs your peace. It's not because you've become weak, because your system has become refined. Your spirit has become more precise in what it allows in. What used to be tolerable is no longer tolerable. Not because it changed, but because you did. You begin to feel the weight of unspoken tension. You pick up on dishonesty even when no words are said. You sense when people are acting out of fear, insecurity, or ego. You feel when someone's presence is nourishing and when it is draining. This is not judgment, it is clarity. It is a form of energetic intelligence. And once it activates, you can't turn it off. At first, this heightened sensitivity can be uncomfortable. It might make you question why certain relationships suddenly feel heavy, why conversations you used to enjoy now feel forced, or why certain environments trigger a sense of inner disharmony. The world hasn't changed, but your awareness has. You're no longer able to lie to yourself about what feels right and what doesn't. The noise you once silenced with distraction is now unmistakably loud. Signal often leads to an important realization. Not everyone can walk with you into your next chapter. Not because they are bad, not because they need to be cut off, but because the resonance has changed. You begin to notice when people are speaking from wounds instead of wisdom, when they seek connection only through complaining, gossip, or comparison. You begin to feel how your body contracts in certain rooms and softens in others. And you learn to trust that response, not as a judgment, but as a compass. This kind of sensitivity is not emotional fragility. It is the maturation of your energetic boundaries. Trained yourself to protect your peace not with force, but with presence. And that means sometimes stepping away, not to isolate yourself, but to recalibrate. You choose to no longer engage in conversations that shrink you. You no longer pretend to be interested in things that disturb your focus. You're not being rude. You're being responsible with your energy. This is where silence becomes your ally. You realize you don't need to explain every decision. You don't need to justify why something doesn't feel right anymore. You simply honor the feeling. You bow to it, because you understand now that your peace is not something you can sacrifice for the comfort of others. And sometimes this means releasing what was once familiar.
Right.
It may mean walking away from friendships that no longer feel aligned.
This is it right here, not this part that he just said, but what he said earlier about is about being fragile, or people drain your sensitivity to energy part. He's like, it's not that you're just being fragile, it's just you're just over it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're literally just over it. That's what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
It may mean spending more time alone, choosing solitude over superficial connection. But you are not lonely. You are becoming selective. You are curating your environment with care because you finally recognize how sacred your attention is. There will be moments where your clarity makes others uncomfortable. They may say you've changed, that you're distant, you've become too serious. But deep inside, you know you're not creating distance out of pride. You're creating space for clarity. You are not rejecting anyone. You are returning to yourself. Shift will ask you to trust yourself more deeply than ever. Because while others may not understand your silence, your stillness, or your refusal to participate in chaos, you understand. And that's enough. You no longer look for validation in shared dysfunction. You no longer bend yourself to fit into spaces you've outgrown. You begin to value quality over quantity. In people, in conversations, in time. You realize that even one moment of alignment is more nourishing than hours of empty noise. And so you protect that alignment. You become less reactive, more intentional. You no longer fight to be heard. You choose to listen. Through listening, you know where to stay and where to gently walk away. This signal marks a profound inner shift from tolerance to discernment. You no longer tolerate what drains you simply because it is familiar. You no longer stay just to avoid discomfort. You trust the discomfort. You trust the inner contraction. You trust the pull away, because it is always followed by a deeper return. You are not here to prove your growth to anyone. You are here to honor it. And if something no longer feels right, it's not a failure. It's a signal. It's the sound of your soul choosing harmony over history, peace over pressure, presence over performance. And that choice, that quiet, private decision, is what makes the new you real. The third signal that you've outgrown the old you is that your desire for external validation begins to dissolve. Not that you no longer care about others, it's that you no longer seek yourself in them. Approval used to feel like oxygen. Praise once felt necessary for self-worth. You used to move according to how you were perceived. But now, a quiet detachment forming. A sense that your path is no longer up for negotiation. You are beginning to lead yourself from within. This shift does not happen through pride. It happens through pain, through the realization that no amount of applause can fill the silence left by self-neglect. There comes a point when chasing approval becomes exhausting. And in that fatigue, something powerful is born. The need to stop forming and start aligning. You begin to act, speak, and live, not for the sake of recognition, but because it is what feels right, regardless of who is watching. You begin to understand that true self-respect cannot be outsourced, that when your value is determined by how others respond to you, you will forever be enslaved to their opinions. Realization breaks a chain that may have quietly held you for years. At first, it feels strange. You notice yourself holding back from explaining your decisions. You begin to walk away from conversations where your truth doesn't fit. You stop trying to make everyone understand you. And though part of you still wants to be liked, a deeper part of you knows that being liked is not the same as being true. You used to seek feedback to feel safe. Now you seek silence to feel clear. You used to post, share, speak, or move with the thought, will they see me? Now the question has changed. It's not, will they see me? It's, do I see myself clearly in this? And if the answer is no, you adjust. You no longer force alignment with others just to avoid standing alone. This change doesn't mean arrogance. It means ownership. You own your path. You own your voice. You accept the solitude that sometimes comes with that ownership. In that solitude, you find something stronger than popularity: peace. The old version of you may have needed others to reflect your value. The new you looks inwards. The old version of you waited to be told, you're enough. The new you already knows. This doesn't mean you reject connection. It means your connection is no longer desperate. It is no longer built on needing approval, but on shared resonance. Your self-worth no longer inflates or deflates based on someone's reaction. You become steady, quietly powerful. You no longer try to prove your worthiness by overgiving, over-explaining, or overextending. You give from presence, not performance, and people will notice. Some may admire the strength. Others may question the shift, but you will not shrink to be understood. You will not compromise clarity for comfort. You will walk your path, not to impress, but to express what is real within you. You'll start seeing how often people move based on who is watching, how they live their entire lives reacting to expectation. You'll have compassion for this, but you won't join it. You'll recognize that you were once caught in that same pattern. But now you have chosen something different. You have chosen self-leadership. And this is not easy, because it means letting go of the need to explain your evolution. It means being okay when others don't get it. It means sitting with the discomfort of disappointing people who only love the old version of you. It is in this very discomfort that you grow roots. You learn to stand tall without needing to be held up. You stop chasing applause. You start cultivating alignment. You stop reacting to opinions. You start listening to intuition. You stop trying to be everything for everyone. You start becoming exactly what you were meant to be. This signal is not loud. It doesn't shout. It doesn't need attention. It just shows up in how you carry yourself, in how you say no without guilt, in how you speak less but with more weight, in how your presence begins to feel more grounded, even in silence. And when you reach this point, you realize something freeing, that validation is a moving target, but truth is still, and you are learning to live still, to lead from that stillness, to choose what's true over what's popular. And that choice is the surest sign that the old you, the one who needed to be seen in order to feel real, has been left behind, not with anger, not with resentment, but with quiet gratitude, because that version of you got you here. You are now ready for more. The fourth signal that you've outgrown the old version of yourself is that you begin choosing long-term alignment over short-term comfort.
Yes.
You no longer move according to urgency or impulse. You pause, you evaluate, you ask deeper questions.
Yes. This is exactly, if anybody's still around, this is exactly what's like I was like, I know already, any of you who've been listening to me, I already was there with how does this align, right? And now it's just gotten to a deeper point where it's like, how does this align? Why do I need to be on this Facebook group? You know what I'm saying? Why am I sharing or writing anything about or sharing anything about my characters or scene from my show? Why am I doing this, right? I need to move in silence more, right? And why am I, why am I here, posting? What am I posting for? What, like, all of these things are starting to hold purpose for me. Like, why am I in this group? You know what I'm saying? Why do I have these people on my friend list? Like, why? And then also, what am I aiming for? What do I need to complete? And why does it need to be complete? And how does it need to be complete? And how do I properly complete it? You see what I'm saying? So these are the things that I think about. You know what I'm saying? This is so true.
The old you may have been easily pulled by what felt good in the moment, a distraction, a temporary fix, a shortcut, or the temptation to postpone what truly matters. But now, a different voice inside you speaks, one that is quieter but stronger, one that reminds you what brings ease now often brings regret later, and what requires discipline now leads to freedom. This shift doesn't happen suddenly, unfolds as you begin noticing the consequences of your choices. You become more aware of how the small decisions you once dismissed have shaped the quality of your life, how repeatedly choosing comfort over clarity only delayed your growth. And through this realization, a quiet seriousness begins to take root inside you. Not a harsh pressure, but a quiet sense of responsibility. You begin to understand that your life is not random. It is built choice by choice, habit by habit, day by day. When you begin to choose alignment, your relationship with time changes. You no longer ask, what feels good right now?
Sure don't.
You ask, will this nourish my future self?
Yep, that's exactly
You don't just
how
think
I
about
begin.
what a decision brings. You consider what it costs.
Yes, that's what I think about. Why am I what am I benefiting in this Patreon? How does this help my life? How do I benefit in this Patreon? Shit like that.
Start to look further. You develop the discipline to sit in temporary discomfort if it means staying true to your deeper values. You begin to respect what is difficult when it's necessary, and that means your priorities begin to shift. You might spend less time seeking distraction and more time building inner clarity. You start to appreciate simplicity. You begin to prioritize structure, discipline, stillness, and daily rituals. Not because someone told you to, but because you felt the cost of inconsistency. You know what it's like to drift, to delay, to deny your own path. And now you choose not to do it anymore. This shift will challenge you. The world often rewards urgency and comfort. It tells you to chase what's shiny, to indulge now and worry later. But when you've outgrown the old version of yourself, those rewards no longer feel satisfying. They feel hollow. You begin to crave something more enduring, a life that is not just exciting in moments, but meaningful in its direction. So you stop rushing into decisions. You stop entertaining people and places that pull you off your path. You say no, not out of arrogance, but out of clarity. You recognize the cost of scattering your energy. You know that alignment cannot survive where there is constant compromise. And with that understanding, a calm maturity begins to emerge. You learn to delay gratification not out of fear, but out of purpose. You begin to track your habits, not with obsession, but with awareness. You notice which choices bring clarity and which create confusion. You begin to treat your time as sacred, not because you're in a hurry, but because you know what's at stake when you live without intention. And slowly, your life becomes quieter, but more powerful, more focused, more grounded. Start to walk slower, but with more certainty. You no longer seek momentum in chaos. You find it in consistency. You understand now that mastery is not about intensity, but about repetition. That transformation is not about massive leaps, but about invisible commitments kept day after day. This signal isn't dramatic. It's steady. It's seen in how you wake, how you move, how you choose to say no to old temptations. Seen in your posture when no one is. In your patience when things don't go as planned. In your decision to return to what matters, even when it's uncomfortable. The old version of you may have loved intensity. The new version respects discipline. The old you wanted fast results. The new you wants lasting results. The old you followed feelings. The new you follows truth. You are not perfect, but you are consistent. You are not rigid. You are rooted. You are not finished. but you are focused, and that quiet focus is what separates who you were from who you're becoming. So when you notice yourself choosing structure over chaos, peace over excitement, clarity over distraction, know this: you're not boring. You're becoming unshakable. You're not slow. You're becoming sustainable. You're not disconnected. You're deeply aligned. Because the one who walks in alignment may walk alone for a while, but never walks in circles. And if you've started choosing the long road, the quiet road, the road without shortcuts, you've already left the old version of yourself behind, not with fanfare, but with grace. Growth is not always loud, more often subtle, quiet. It doesn't always show up in dramatic breakthroughs or visible achievements. Sometimes it reveals itself in what no longer resonates, in the silence you now value, in the conversations you no longer chase, in the decisions you make without needing to explain them. You begin this journey not with answers, but with questions. Why don't I feel the same anymore? Why does this space feel too small?
Yep, that's how I feel. Did I talk too much before the seed grew? You know, did I show too much? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the kind of thing that I feel. Did I speak too soon? You know what I mean? Did I too soon? You know, like all these different things. Like this is the level of contemplation that hits my mind. Who's this?
Why do I crave silence more than stimulation? Questions aren't signs of confusion. They are signals of awakening. Signals that something within you is shifting, evolving, expanding. You are not losing yourself. You are shedding layers that were never truly you. First signal appears when your interests change. What once excited you now feels distant. The noise you used to crave becomes irritating. You no longer reach for distractions that used to comfort you. Your mind has grown hungry for depth, for truth, for alignment. This shift may not be understood by others, but it doesn't need to be. You no longer belong to your past preferences. You've outgrown them, and that's enough. Comes the second signal, an increased sensitivity to energy. You can no longer tolerate environments or people who drain your spirit. You feel it in your body, in your breath. You know when something doesn't sit right, and you respect that knowing. You create space, not out of arrogance, but out of necessity. You've realized that your peace is not negotiable, that protecting your energy is a form of wisdom, not isolation. The third signal is even quieter, but even more powerful. Your need for validation dissolves. The old you lived for approval, always seeking reflection from others to feel worthy. But now your worth is no longer outsourced. It lives within. You don't perform to be seen. You don't explain to be understood. You don't chase recognition. You walk in truth. You act in silence. You stand firm, not because of applause, but because you know who you are without it. And finally, you begin choosing long-term alignment over short-term comfort. You are no longer seduced by temporary ease. You see the cost of compromise. You choose discipline over distraction. You walk away from the easy path and begin walking the true path, slowly, steadily, without needing to rush. Because you have come to understand the right path is not the one that feels good right now, the one that honors who you are becoming. These signals are not steps on a checklist. They are shifts in your internal compass. Together, they point to one truth you've There was once a monk who lived alone near a quiet riverbank. Each morning, he would watch the water flow past the rocks, smooth, unhurried, eternal. One day, a traveler came and asked, "Master, when will I find peace? I've spent my life regretting what was and hoping for what could be." The monk simply pointed at the river and said, "Flows only where there is no then." The traveler looked confused. The monk smiled gently, dipped his hand into the river, and lifted a handful of water. "See this," he said. The water trickled through his fingers. This is the only moment you can ever touch. The rest is only a thought. In life, many of us live as that traveler did, caught between what was and what could be. We carry the ghosts of our pasts like heavy stones, and we decorate our dreams of the future with colors we have not yet earned. But in all this movement between yesterday and tomorrow, we forget the only place where life truly happens now. The word then, it sounds harmless, almost innocent. But it is the subtle thief of peace. Then, happy. Then I made a mistake. Then things were different. Every time we say these words, our energy shifts away from what is alive in this moment and drifts into the shadow of what no longer exists. And there, in that shadow, we suffer. The human mind is a storyteller. It weaves memories, projects fears, and builds timelines where our identity feels safe. But truth is timeless. When we live too much in, then we forget that every story, no matter how beautiful or painful, only a reflection, not the river itself. Look deeply into your own life. How often do you find yourself saying, if only things had gone differently? Or, once this happens, I'll finally be at peace. This constant comparison between then and when builds a prison made of time. The bars are invisible, but the suffering is real. You see, doesn't hurt you. Your attachment to it does. The future doesn't scare you. Your expectations of it do. The mind loves to wander through, then, because it fears the stillness of now. Stillness, it loses control. In presence, the illusion of time dissolves, and what remains is truth, silent, steady, unchanging. In the teachings of old, said that a warrior who walks without awareness of each step is already lost, even before the battle begins. In the same way, a person who lives in the past or the future has already missed the sacredness of life itself. So, what does it mean to stay away from then? It does not mean forgetting your past, nor denying your memories. It means freeing yourself from the emotional weight they carry. It means learning to honor your past as a teacher, not as a home, when you can look at your own story and simply say, it happened. It taught me. Done. That is when wisdom begins to grow. Imagine the peace that would arise if you stopped revisiting the wounds that have already healed. Imagine how much lighter your heart would feel if you stopped waiting for a better moment to begin living. You are not your history. You are not your fears. You are not the dreams that may or may not come true. You are the awareness that sees them all, like the monk watching the river, unshaken by the ripples on its surface. Stay away from then is to awaken to the miracle of being alive now. Every breath, every sound, every heartbeat is a reminder that existence itself is a gift, and gifts are meant to be received, not postponed. Sometimes the most powerful act of courage is simply to stop running, to stop chasing what was or what might be, and to meet this moment as it is. The mind will protest. It will whisper, you need to fix this first. You need to understand that you need to wait until. And yet, every moment you listen, life continues without you. The river doesn't wait for the rock to move, flows around it. The tree doesn't cling to the leaf that fell, it grows another. In the same way, you were never meant to live trapped inside a moment that has already passed. The wise ones knew time is not the enemy, attachment to time is. When you can sit quietly without reaching backward or forward, something sacred reveals itself. The silence between your thoughts, that is your real home, where peace has always lived, and in that silence, you will see there was never a then. There is only this. Stay away from then, not by escaping it, but by awakening from it. For only when you stop chasing time does timelessness find you. The weight of then is the silent burden that most people carry without realizing it. It lives in the pauses between thoughts, in the sighs we release when we remember what could have been, in the way we replay conversations and wonder what we should have said differently. It is invisible, yet it shapes our every movement. When we cling to, then we are not living. We are surviving inside a memory, mistaking the reflection for the truth. Think for a moment of a person walking through a forest, but with their head turned backward. They can still move forward, but each step is uncertain, and they stumble because they cannot see what is in front of them. This is what living in the past does to us. We move, but not freely. We breathe, but not fully. The past, whether filled with pain or joy, becomes a lens that distorts our present, making us see the world not as it is, but as it once was, can disguise itself in many ways. Sometimes it is nostalgia, whispering, those were better days. Sometimes it is regret telling you, you should have done it differently. Other times, hides behind guilt, murmuring, you are not who you should have been. Each of these voices keeps you anchored to a moment that no longer exists. And yet, because it feels familiar, we keep returning to it, like touching an old wound, forgetting that it only reopens when we do. But what truly happens when you carry this weight of then? You lose your sensitivity to life. You stop noticing the color of the morning sky, the rhythm of your own breathing, the sound of your heart. You stop seeing what is because you are too busy comparing it to what was. The mind becomes heavy with what if is and whys, and the body mirrors this heaviness. Shoulders tighten, the breath shortens, the eyes lose their brightness. The past doesn't just live in your thoughts. It lives in your posture, your energy, your silence. There was once a man who visited a temple seeking freedom from his sorrows. He told the master, cannot let go of what happened. It follows me everywhere. The master handed him a cup and asked him to fill it with water. Then he said, now carry this cup everywhere you go. Do not spill a single drop. The man tried. At first he was careful, but soon he grew tired. The cup became heavy. The water began to spill. Finally, he returned to the master, exhausted. Impossible, he said. The master smiled gently and replied, that cup is your past. As long as you keep carrying it, peace will slip away. To drop the cup is not to forget the past, to stop identifying with it. Memory is not the enemy, it is a teacher. But when you make it your home, it becomes your prison. The past can inspire you, it can also imprison you if you let it define who you are. What you once did, what you once felt, even what once hurt you, all of it was necessary for your evolution, but none of it determines your essence. The moment you realize this, you reclaim your power from then. There is great courage in facing the past and saying, no longer controls me. But this courage does not come from denial. It comes from understanding. Every experience that broke you also shaped you. Every mistake that haunts you carried a lesson that helped you grow. The pain you felt was not meant to punish you, but to prepare you. When you see it this way, the weight of then begins to dissolve, and what remains is wisdom. The past cannot hurt you anymore unless you keep feeding it your attention. Energy flows where attention goes. If you give your energy to the wounds of yesterday, they will stay open. If you give your attention to the moment before you, to the sound of your breath, the warmth of the sun, the quiet pulse of life within you, healing begins naturally. You start to see that peace was never lost. It was only buried under layers of remembrance. Some people say, time heals all wounds. But that is not entirely true. It is not time that heals, it is presence. Time passes whether you heal or not. Presence transforms because it brings you back to what is real. When you are truly present, you are no longer defined by. Then, you become like the river, flowing, free, untethered by what it has already passed. In moments of stillness, you may notice how thoughts of the past arise like echoes, trying to pull you back. Do not fight them. Simply see them for what they are, echoes. Echo of a voice cannot harm you unless you chase it. In the same way, a memory cannot imprison you unless you keep feeding it with emotion. Awareness is the sword that cuts through the illusion of then. The moment you see it clearly, it loses its power over you. When you let go of then, you return to your natural state, light, open, alive. The heart begins to trust again. The mind softens. You no longer need to be who you were because you finally remember who you are. And that is the quiet truth hidden in all wisdom. The past is not real except in the mind. Life is happening only here, only now. To stay away from then is not to abandon your story. It is to rise above it. To finally breathe without the weight of yesterday pressing on your chest. It is to see the world again with unclouded eyes and realize that in this very breath, you are free. The illusion of when is one of the most subtle traps the human mind creates. It disguises itself as hope, but it often becomes delay. It sounds like progress, but it keeps us waiting. When I have more time, I'll take care of myself. When I earn more, I'll finally be happy. When I meet the right person, I'll start living fully. These words appear harmless, even wise, but in truth are quiet thieves of the present moment. They convince us that life will begin later, somewhere in a tomorrow that never truly arrives. The mind loves the idea of when because it gives comfort without commitment. It allows us to dream without acting, to postpone discomfort without facing transformation. The illusion of when makes the future seem like a savior that will come and rescue us from the chaos of now. But that savior never comes because it never existed outside the imagination. Life does not begin when something happens. It begins the moment you decide to live it as it is. There was once a young student who went to his teacher and said, "Master, when will I find enlightenment?" The teacher replied, "When you stop waiting for it." The student didn't understand. He believed that with enough time, effort, and patience, the perfect moment would arrive. The teacher knew that the search itself was the barrier. As long as the mind projects peace into the future, peace will remain unreachable. Is the paradox of when? It makes us believe that we are moving forward while we are actually standing still. Every time you say, "When I have this, I'll do that," you are postponing your own growth. You are giving away your power to a future condition. And that future condition, no matter how beautiful it sounds, is only an idea. The future never comes as you imagine it. It always arrives as now. The illusion of when creates distance between who you are and who you could be. It divides your life into two separate worlds, the one you live in and the one you wait for. Distance is what causes suffering. The mind says you are incomplete until something changes. But look closer. When you get the thing you once longed for, does the mind rest? No, simply creates another. When? The pattern continues endlessly. When I finish this project, when I travel there, when I achieve that. The destination keeps moving further away, keeps being delayed. The truth is, you don't need a perfect condition to begin living. Life's beauty is not found in the arrival. It's in the presence you bring to the journey. Every breath, every step, every moment of awareness contains the same sacredness that you hope to find when something changes. To realize this is to reclaim your power from time itself. The mind is clever, will disguise win as motivation. It will tell you, "I'm just being patient, I'm preparing." Preparation is useful, but only when it leads to action. If you keep preparing without beginning, you are trapped in the illusion of readiness. The truth is, you will never feel completely ready. Life does not wait for readiness. It unfolds through those who are willing to begin even while uncertain. Imagine a gardener who says,
before we get to that gardener, I'm sure he about to drop some wisdom, right? I what is hitting me too about many things that I said in the beginning of this show is that when you're sitting here and you are saying stuff like all black males are dusty, right? Okay. And you're presenting this as if they're dusty, they're faggots, they're gay, you know. This is where it kind of like, where's the line? Is there any line drawn anywhere? What about all the great actors and performers who are out here? This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to get through to something to you all about how I live my life. As any woman, black woman out here who is a black creative, okay, let's just look at the logics of this before we get to this garden, right? Let's say we go out here and we decide that we only deal with people who are non-black, right? Let's say we decide we're going to go into an acting company, okay? We're going to go into whatever, somewhere, right? Because we have to still go to, the term non-black people, right? Because they're not running all of it, but most of the big names, they're running it. The Jews are running it, right? We know this. Jews and the Greeks are running it, right? But do you want to be honest with yourself? Are you going to be able to really work for an agency or company with your black face, your black self? And are you going to truly be able to be yourself? Unless you are completely just don't care, completely divested, savagely divested, don't care nothing about blackness, don't care nothing about the civil rights movement, don't care nothing about slavery, then yes, maybe that will work for you. But even still, I feel like it's a dangerous game. And that's why this is why I noticed that most of these divestors, they're not in no creative, artsy field of work. None of them. I haven't heard any of them. They're corporate, they're nursing, they're medical, they're in these very practical positions. Excuse me. In a very practical position. They're not in these creative positions. This is why they get upset and they be like Rihanna and Quinta and Issa Rae and all that stuff. And they're like, those are swirlers, those are mammies. And I'm like, I don't really think that's the case. There's people that have experiences and things that they experience in their relationships. And, Rihanna ended up being with her best friend. Quinta, and that's the thing too. When these black women have failed relationship with these non-black males, they go, well, look at how dusty and this was nothing but a replaceable black male. And then they qualify what classifies as a good quality or high value non-black male. This is why it's really starting to hit me. Like, they're like, even if you have black women who did quote unquote divest and did not date black males, right? Their sons dated black women. You see how that go? Their sons still dated black women, but dated decent black women. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to the garden.
When the weather is perfect, I'll plant my seeds. The seasons pass, and each one has its reason for delay. Too cold, too hot, too dry. Eventually, the gardener grows old and the remains empty. perfect moment never came because perfection was never the point. Growth begins when you plant, not when conditions are ideal. In your life, how many dreams have you buried under the illusion of when? How many opportunities have passed because you were waiting for the right time? Sometimes the right time isn't when everything aligns. It's when you choose to align yourself with what is. The present is never lacking. It is only our perception that makes it appear incomplete. The mind's habit of postponement comes from fear, fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of the unknown. By saying, when, we create a delay that feels safe. But safety is not peace, stagnation disguised as comfort. Growth happens not when we feel safe, but when we step into uncertainty with awareness. To awaken from the illusion of when is to recognize that you already have what you need. It is only our perception that makes it appear incomplete. The mind's habit waiting for the right time. Sometimes the right time, not when conditions are ideal. In your life, how many dreams have you buried under the illusion of too cold, too hot, too dry, airing without beginning? It's in the presence you bring to the journey, another when. One you live in and the one you wait for. Distance is what causes suffering. The mind says, you are incomplete until something changes. But look closer. When you get the thing you once longed for, does the mind rest?
No.
No, simply creates another when. The pattern continues endlessly. When I finish this project, when I travel there, when I achieve that. The destination keeps moving further away, keeps being delayed. The truth is, you don't need a perfect condition to begin living. Life's beauty is not found in the arrival. It's in the presence you bring to the journey. Every breath, every step, every moment of awareness contains the same sacredness that you hope to find when something changes. To realize this is to reclaim your power from time itself. The mind is clever, will disguise win as motivation. It will tell you, I'm just being patient, I'm preparing. Preparation is useful, but only when it leads to action. If you keep preparing without beginning, you are trapped in the illusion of readiness. The truth is, you will never feel completely ready. Life does not wait for readiness. It unfolds through those who are willing to begin even while uncertain. Imagine a gardener who says, when the weather is perfect, I'll plant my seeds. The seasons pass, and each one has its reason for delay, too cold, too hot, too dry. Eventually, the gardener grows old, and the soil remains empty. The perfect moment never came because perfection was never the point. Growth begins when you plant, not when conditions are ideal. In your life, how many dreams have you buried under the illusion of when? How many opportunities have passed because you were waiting for the right time? Sometimes the right time isn't when everything aligns. It's when you choose to align yourself with what is. The present is never lacking. It is only our perception that makes it appear incomplete. The mind's habit of postponement comes from fear, fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of the unknown. By saying, when, we create a delay that feels safe. But safety is not peace, stagnation disguised as comfort. Growth happens not when we feel safe, but when we step into uncertainty with awareness. To awaken from the illusion of when is to recognize that you already have what you need to begin. You may not have all the answers, but you have this breath, this heartbeat, this consciousness. That is enough. Every great change, every deep transformation starts with one present moment fully lived. If you wait for peace to come, you will always find another reason to wait. If you bring peace to this moment by being fully aware, fully open, then you realize that when was never real. It was a trick of the mind, a mirage on the path. True mastery is not found in waiting for the perfect time. It is found in using the time you have right now with clarity and presence. Life does not begin later. It begins here. Every time you breathe consciously, every time you act with awareness, every time you stop postponing your own joy, you break free from the illusion of when, and when you finally stop waiting, something miraculous happens. Future you were chasing unfolds quietly within the present. The peace you thought was distant reveals itself in your stillness. The life you imagined begins, not because the conditions changed, but because you did. So stop saying, when I have peace, I'll be still. Instead, be still and peace will appear. Stop saying, when life slows down, I'll find time for myself. Slow down now, and life will align with you. Stop saying, when I'm ready, I'll begin. Begin now, and readiness will follow. The illusion of when dissolves the moment you live as if this is it, because it is. Moment is the only doorway through which truth can enter. There is no when. There is only this breath, this step, this now. And in this now, everything you were waiting for has already arrived. To return to the moment is to return to life itself. Everything we search for, peace, clarity, purpose, has always been waiting here in this silent, breathing now. Yet, most people wander through life as if they are somewhere else, trapped between memories and expectations, lost in thoughts of what was and what might be. They live in time but forget to live in awareness. The discipline of presence is not a technique to master, it is a remembering, a gentle returning to what has never truly left. When you are present, you see with new eyes. You begin to notice the simplicity that the mind often overlooks. The warmth of sunlight touching your skin, the sound of wind moving through leaves, the rhythm of your own breath. Small details are not trivial. They are the threads of reality itself. When you are absent, life becomes dull and gray, but when you are present, everything glows with meaning. The same world, seen through awareness, feels sacred. Discipline because the mind is restless by nature. It will always try to pull you away, to think about what needs to be done, what went wrong, what could go wrong. It lives in stories, not silence. But silence is where truth resides. To return to the moment is to train yourself to rest in that silence even when the mind resists. Not about stopping thoughts. It is about not being carried away by them. Imagine sitting beside a flowing river. Thoughts are like leaves drifting across the surface. You don't need to jump in and chase them. You can simply sit, observe, and let them pass. That is the practice of presence. To witness without clinging, to allow without controlling. Over time, the water clears and you begin to see the depth beneath the surface. The mind believes that movement equals progress, but awareness teaches otherwise. True progress happens when you are still enough to see clearly. The world moves fast, but wisdom grows slowly in quiet moments of attention. This is why the old masters valued stillness. They knew that without presence, even great knowledge becomes noise. In your daily life, presence begins with small acts of awareness. When you eat, truly taste. When you walk, feel each step touch the ground. When you listen to someone speak, not just to their words, but to the space between them. The discipline of presence is built through simplicity. It does not require grand effort, only sincerity. But presence is not always peaceful at first. When you stop running from the moment, all the things you've avoided, your fears, your pain, your regrets, rise to the surface. This is natural. The mind that has lived in distraction for years will not surrender easily. Yet facing what arises is the essence of transformation. The moment you stop escaping the present, you begin healing. Presence is not a denial of the past or the future. It is the foundation that allows you to relate to both with clarity. When you are grounded in the now, you can look at the past without being trapped by it. and you can prepare for the future without fearing it. The present moment becomes your anchor amidst the waves of time. Sometimes people misunderstand presence as passivity, as if being here means doing nothing. But presence is not inaction, it is conscious action. It is doing what needs to be done, but without the noise of anxiety or distraction. When you act with awareness, even simple tasks, sweeping the floor, washing a cup, breathing, become meditations. The outer world remains the same, but your relationship to it changes completely. Presence also teaches humility. When you are truly here, you realize how little control you actually have. Life unfolds on its own rhythm, regardless of your plans. This realization is not defeat, it is freedom. Discipline of presence is learning to cooperate with life rather than fight against it. To trust that each moment, no matter how ordinary or difficult, carries exactly what you need to grow. In ancient teachings, it is said that a person who walks mindfully means they move through life without resistance, without clinging to each experience. To live this way requires deep awareness. You stop trying to force things to happen, and instead, you begin to respond to what is already happening. The ego fades, awareness shines. To return to the moment is to remember that peace is not a destination. It is a state of being that exists beneath all the noise. Even in chaos, you can find it. The body may be surrounded by movement. The awareness behind it remains still. When you touch that stillness, you realize that everything you've ever been seeking, joy, love, understanding, was never missing, was simply hidden beneath the noise of constant thinking. Each time you return to the moment, you reclaim a piece of your power. You stop being a victim of circumstance and become a participant in life. You begin to see that no moment is ordinary, no breath is wasted. Life has always been sacred. It is only presence that allows you to recognize it. So, when the mind drifts, and it will, do not be harsh with yourself. Simply return. Again and again, like waves returning to the shore, let your attention come home to this breath, this heartbeat, this step. Every return is a victory. Every moment of awareness is a spark of awakening. Eventually, you will see that you never truly left the present. It was only your mind that wandered. The awareness that observes it all has always been here, steady and silent. To live from that awareness is to live freely. It is to meet life, not as a dreamer chasing time, but as a being fully awake to the miracle of now. Freedom from time is not about escaping the world or denying the passage of days, about awakening to the truth that what you truly are exists beyond the ticking of any clock. Time belongs to the mind, not to awareness. The body grows, the seasons change, the world moves in cycles, but the essence that witnesses all of it remains untouched, unchanged, and eternal. To live as awareness itself is to remember that you were never bound by the story of your past or the promise of your future. You are the stillness in which all stories rise and fade. From the moment we are born, we are taught to measure life in numbers, age achievements, deadlines, plans. We begin to see existence as a timeline, something that started and will someday end. The mind becomes obsessed with what it calls time, creating an illusion of control. We rush to meet goals, we fear growing old, we chase after moments that have already slipped away. But underneath all that movement, awareness simply watches. It does not age, it does not hurry, it does not fear. To live as awareness is to step out of the stream of time and into the ocean of presence. The stream flows fast, always pushing toward tomorrow, always running away from yesterday. But the ocean is still vast, timeless. When you rest as awareness, you realize that time is not something flowing outside you. It is something created inside your mind. Every moment that you have ever lived has happened within this same field of consciousness. The past was experienced here. The future, when it comes, will also be experienced here. Awareness is the only constant, the unchanging witness of all change. Yet the mind resists this truth because the mind itself is made of time. Its entire identity is built upon before and after. It survives by dividing reality into moments and naming them. When you stop feeding that movement, the mind feels lost. But in that stillness, something deeper awakens. A silence that cannot be measured, a peace that does not depend on anything happening or not happening. That is the freedom beyond time. When you look deeply, you realize that time's power is limited. It can touch your body, but not your being. It can change your circumstances, but not your essence. The sun rises and sets, but awareness remains the same light behind it all. Freedom begins the moment you stop saying, I am this person living through time, and begin to see, I am the awareness in which time appears. There was once an old monk who sat by the same tree every day. People from nearby villages would pass and ask him, how long have you been meditating here? The monk would smile and say, not long, only as long as this breath. The villagers thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He had discovered that eternity is not endless time. It is timeless presence. Each moment fully lived is infinite, because in that instant, the illusion of past and future dissolves. When you live bound by time, you are always waiting for things to begin, to end, to change. You say, one day I'll find peace, not realizing that peace cannot be found in the future. The future is only an idea. The mind projects it, but you can never step into it, because wherever you go, it becomes the present again. To live beyond time is to stop waiting and start being. Does not mean that you abandon plans or ignore responsibilities. It means that you act without losing connection to the eternal stillness within. You can move through time while not being of it. Just as a lotus grows from muddy water without being stained by it. The outer life continues, but the inner self rests in silence. You do what needs to be done. You are no longer ruled by hurry or fear. Freedom from time also means freedom from identity. When you think of yourself as your history, you are bound to the past. When you think of yourself as your ambitions, you are bound to the future. But when you rest as awareness, you see that both are stories appearing within you, fleeting clouds passing through an infinite sky. You do not need to become anything. You only need to remember what you already are. In that realization, the fear of death fades, because death only belongs to the body, to the timeline of form. What you are cannot die, because it was never born. Is not made of time, it is the space in which time unfolds. When this understanding deepens, life becomes light. Every moment is fresh, every breath sacred. You stop counting days and start living them. To live as awareness is to live beyond comparison. You no longer measure yourself against others or against who you used to be. The competition ends because there is nowhere to reach. Time divides, awareness unites. You begin to see the divine rhythm in all things, the rising and falling, the beginnings and endings, and you rest in the knowing that you are the silent observer behind them all. When you free yourself from time, gratitude blooms naturally. Each moment feels complete because you are no longer looking beyond it. You see beauty in the ordinary, peace in the pauses, eternity in a single breath. No rush to arrive because you realize you never left. This is the quiet secret of the wise. They live in time, but are not ruled by it. They plan, but they do not cling. They remember, but they do not dwell. They dream, but they do not wait. Their lives flow with grace because their awareness rests outside the current of time. To live as awareness is to live beyond the clock's reach. It is to discover that freedom is not something you gain. It is something you uncover by seeing through illusion. When you awaken to this truth, every moment becomes eternity itself. There is no before, No after, only this infinite now, silent and complete, where all of life exists as one unbroken breath. There comes a moment in every person's journey when they realize that the world they've been chasing was never outside. It was always within. All the striving, all the waiting, all the longing for then or when begins to lose its meaning, because finally you see it, there is nothing to reach, only something to remember. You begin to understand that life was never asking you to become more. It was quietly inviting you to be here. When that realization dawns, something softens inside you. The rush to prove, the need to fix, the burden to know, it all begins to fade like morning mist under the sun. You start to see how much energy you have spent trying to outrun yourself. You see how often you've tried to control time, control people, control outcomes. And you smile because you finally understand the futility of it all. The river of life never stops flowing, and you were never meant to dam it. You were meant to move with it. You begin to walk differently, not because the path has changed, but because you have. You move with a quiet grace, unhurried yet purposeful. You listen more. You speak less. Start to find beauty not only in moments of joy, but even in moments of stillness, sadness, or uncertainty. You stop asking, why is this happening to me? And instead whisper, what is this trying to teach me? That shift, subtle yet profound, is the birth of wisdom. Freedom does not come when life becomes perfect. It comes when you stop demanding perfection from life. You begin to see that even pain has its own sacred function. It humbles you, breaks the walls you've built, softens your edges, and reminds you of your own humanity. Experience, pleasant or painful, is a teacher disguised as time, and each moment invites you to awaken from the dream of separation. The ones who truly live have not escaped suffering. They have learned to walk through it without becoming it. They no longer drown in the currents of emotion because they have found the still point beneath the waves. They are not numb. They are awake. They feel deeply, yet they are not consumed. They understand that life is not about controlling what happens, but about meeting what happens with awareness. When you live in this way, every moment becomes meditation. Washing your hands, listening to the rain, breathing in the morning air. Each act becomes sacred because it is done consciously. You begin to understand that presence is not about sitting in silence on a mountain. It is about bringing silence into the noise of life, bringing awareness into action, bringing peace into every breath. Something extraordinary happens when you live like this. Time begins to lose its grip. You no longer live in fragments. The past no longer defines you, and the future no longer frightens you. You exist in a state of quiet completeness. You realize that nothing is missing, not because you have everything, but because you finally see that you are everything. Look at the sky. It does not cling to the clouds that pass. It allows each one to come and go, knowing that none can stain its vastness. You toward that sky. Thoughts, emotions, experiences. They are only clouds passing through the space of your awareness. Do not identify with the clouds. Remember the sky. And as you live in this awareness, life itself begins to change. Not in appearance, in essence. The same situations, the same people, the same routines. But now they all feel different. They no longer pull you into reaction. They invite you into understanding. You act.
Let me say something. This one is beautiful. I have realized that when I tell you that a loser motherfucker is still going to be a loser motherfucker, when you come back around years later, I promise you that. There's some people I know, if I came back around in their life, there would be nothing different.
Not from fear, from clarity. You speak not from ego, but from compassion. You live not in time, but in truth. Every moment of your life becomes a mirror reflecting the state of your awareness. When you are restless, the world seems chaotic. When you are peaceful, even chaos becomes harmonious. The outer world is only the echo of the inner one. So, when you feel lost, do not seek more answers. Seek silence, quietly, and listen. The truth you've been chasing will rise within that silence like the first light of dawn. To stay away from, then, is to stop living in memory. Stay away from, when, is to stop living in imagination. To return to the moment is to rediscover yourself. And to live as awareness is to be free. Not later, not someday, but now is the path of awakening. It asks for no belief, no belonging, no condition, only sincerity. It does not require that you leave the world, but that you return to it with open eyes. It asks you to walk, not as the person you once were, but as the awareness that has always been. In the end, peace is not found at the end of the path. It is the path. It was never waiting for you in the distance. It was walking beside you all along. And when you finally stop chasing time, you realize that eternity was breathing within you from the very beginning. Stay away from then. Stay away from when. Live as awareness. And you will find that what you were searching for has been here all along. In this breath, in this stillness, in this eternal now.
Peachville Productions.
It is not in a man's silence that you see his strength. It is in how he uses that silence. There is a stillness that heals. And then there is silence that harms. Many people confuse the two. When a man ignores you, you may feel that he holds the power. But pause and observe more deeply. What kind of power requires withdrawal, neglect, and emotional distance? Not the power of mastery, not the power of a centered spirit. In truth, a man who consistently ignores you is not showcasing strength. He is revealing where he is still untrained. In his presence, you may feel invisible. But often, this reveals how invisible he has become to himself. This is the paradox of emotional avoidance. The more he tries to protect his ego by withdrawing, the more he damages the very thing that could have made him. Ever noticed that the more you explain your life to others, the less peace you feel inside? It's almost as if every detail you share scatters a part of your inner strength into the world. Silence is not emptiness. It is storage, conservation, and refinement of your personal energy. And once you see this clearly, you realize not everything needs to be told, and not every moment deserves an audience. Silence protects energy. Many people do not realize how much of their life force is scattered in the simple act of speaking. Every word requires breath, and every breath carries with it a part of your vitality. When you speak without purpose, you are spending energy in the same way someone spends coins on things they do not need. At the end of the day, they wonder why their pocket feels empty. The same is true for your inner reserves. When you share every detail of your day, when you explain every thought to whoever will listen, you leak energy drop by drop until what remains is a tired version of yourself. In this world, energy is the most valuable currency. It determines the quality of your health, the clarity of your decisions, and the presence you bring into every relationship. To protect energy is to protect your essence. Silence is not simply the absence of words, it is the guardian of strength. In relationships, this principle becomes even more powerful. Imagine two people in conversation. One speaks constantly, pouring out complaints, stories, gossip, and trivial details. The other listens patiently, but slowly their presence fades. The bond between them weakens, not because of malice, but because endless words create noise instead of connection. Relationships do not grow on the sheer volume of what is spoken. They grow on the weight of meaning carried within a few words. Have you ever sat with someone who hardly speaks, yet their silence feels heavy, like it demands attention? That is the energy of someone who does not waste words. Their silence carries more weight than another person's endless chatter. Protecting your energy through silence makes you magnetic. People are drawn to those who do not scatter themselves in all directions. They want to lean in to understand the mystery, to earn the privilege of hearing what such a person chooses to share. There is also a physiological truth here. The nervous system is deeply affected by the way we speak. Every outburst, every unnecessary complaint keeps the body in a state of agitation. The heart beats faster, the muscles tense, the breath grows shallow. Over time, this becomes a habit. The body begins to live in constant noise, both inside and outside. But when you practice silence, you invite the parasympathetic nervous system, the state of rest and restoration, to become dominant. Your heartbeat slows, your breath deepens, your body relaxes. This is why silence is so refreshing. It is not passive, it is medicine. Protecting energy is not just a philosophical idea, it is a biological necessity. Not every ear deserves your story. This teaching may feel uncomfortable at first because we are conditioned to believe that sharing makes us closer to others. And it can, but only when the listener has the capacity to hold what we give. Many people listen not to understand, but to respond, to judge, or to compare with their own lives. When you share your story with such ears, you often end up feeling misunderstood or even betrayed, not because your story was unworthy, but because the listener was unready. The truth is, some ears are not prepared to hear your depth. They can only handle fragments, and when you offer them your whole, they break it into pieces that no longer resemble you. Relationships are profoundly shaped by this awareness. Intimacy is not built by telling everything to everyone. It is built by choosing wisely who receives your words. A marriage, for example, thrives not because both partners share every trivial detail of their day, but because they know when to share the truth that matters. The right story, told at the right moment, becomes a bridge. The wrong story, told to the wrong ear, becomes a wall. Even among friends, this principle applies. You may have noticed how telling a personal dream or plan too early can result in discouragement, not because your dream is weak, but because the listener projects their own limitations onto you. A person who does not believe in themselves cannot believe in you, and when you share too freely, you invite those limitations into your inner space. This is why wisdom teaches discretion. Every seed does not belong in every soil. Some soils are dry, some are rocky, some will choke the seed before it has the chance to grow. Your words are seeds. Your stories are seeds. To scatter them everywhere is to waste them. To choose carefully where you plant them is to give them a chance to flourish. And so you begin to understand the value of your story increases not when everyone knows it, but when only the right people are entrusted with it. There is a psychological dimension as well. Oversharing often arises from the hidden desire for validation. People tell their stories to hear the echo of approval. But when approval does not come, disappointment follows. This cycle keeps them dependent on the opinions of others, always needing confirmation, never feeling enough within themselves. By holding back, by recognizing that not every ear deserves your story, you shift your center of gravity inward. You no longer measure the worth of your experiences by how others react. You measure it by the strength it gave you, by the lessons you learned, by the peace it brings you now. Private growth is strong growth. Consider a tree. Its roots grow in darkness, beneath the soil where no one can see. They expand silently, without applause, without recognition. Yet it is the roots, unseen and uncelebrated, that determine how strong the tree will become when the storms arrive. If roots were forced to grow on the surface, exposed to everyone's eyes, they would dry out, weaken, and the tree would fall. The same is true for your inner growth. Not everything is meant to be shown while it is still developing. When you speak too early about your growth, your plans, your changes, you expose them to winds of doubt and criticism before they are strong enough to withstand. In relationships, private growth creates stability. Imagine a person who is constantly announcing every small change they make. Every diet, every new habit, every resolution. At first, others may be supportive, but over time, the repeated announcements without consistent results lead to distrust. Partners, friends, and family begin to see the words as empty promises. The person themselves may lose motivation because speaking about growth creates a false sense of accomplishment. Research in psychology even supports this. People who talk about their goals publicly often feel a premature satisfaction, as if the act of speaking were equal to the act of doing. In reality, it drains the motivation to complete the task. This is why private growth is stronger. It allows actions to build quietly so that when results appear, they are undeniable. There is also a sacred quality to privacy. When you allow yourself to grow in silence, you protect the fragile stages of transformation. Think of a caterpillar inside its cocoon. The process is vulnerable, hidden from the world. If you were to break the cocoon open too soon to show others what is happening, the transformation would be destroyed. Human growth is the same. Certain shifts in the mind, in the heart, in the spirit must remain protected until they are complete. Then, when you emerge, your presence speaks for itself. No explanation is necessary. People feel the change, they sense the stability, and they are inspired not by your words, but by your being. Physiologically, private growth gives the nervous system time to adjust. Change requires new neural pathways, new habits, new rhythms in the body. These need repetition, stability, and patience. When you announce change before it is embodied, you invite stress. The body feels pressured to perform for the audience you have created, even if that audience is only a few friends or colleagues. This pressure disrupts the natural rhythm of growth. But when you keep growth private, your body learns at its own pace, without external demand. The change becomes sustainable, rooted deeply, like the hidden roots of the tree. The beauty of private growth is that it transforms relationships in subtle but profound ways. You do not need to convince others you are changing. They feel it in how you listen, how you respond, how you carry yourself. Your silence becomes evidence. Your restraint becomes proof. People respect what is shown through consistency rather than explained through words. In this way, private growth builds stronger trust than constant announcements ever could. When you combine these teachings, you begin to see the thread that runs through them, protecting your energy through silence, choosing carefully who receives your story, and allowing your growth to remain private until it matures. These are not separate lessons. They are three facets of the same jewel, the art of conserving your inner strength in a world that pushes you to share everything, to post every detail, to broadcast your life in constant streams of information. These teachings stand as a reminder that true power is not in exposure, but in preservation. It is not in how much you give away, but in how wisely you choose to share. It is not in being seen at every moment, but in letting your presence reveal itself when the time is right. Every emotional outpouring has consequences that reach far beyond the moment it is expressed. Emotional leakage weakens influence in a subtle but profound way. When you constantly share every frustration, every irritation, every disappointment, you create an environment in which your feelings become consumable by others, but your power diminishes. Relationships are not built on the accumulation of grievances or the endless display of sensitivity. They are built on presence, consistency, and the ability to manage inner tides without overwhelming the other person. Imagine someone who is perpetually venting, every conversation a storm of emotion. At first, others may feel sympathy or camaraderie, but over time, they are depleted. Emotional leakage transforms connection into dependency. People are drawn not to those who release all their inner turmoil, but to those who carry it with quiet resilience, who allow their inner strength to shape the space around them without forcing others to hold it. This principle carries profound lessons for intimacy. When partners in a relationship constantly offload their anxieties onto one another, the partnership can become a revolving door of temporary relief and lingering tension. Sharing feelings is necessary, but the timing, the depth, and the manner in which they are expressed determines whether the bond is strengthened or strained. Consider the difference between speaking with the purpose of understanding and speaking with the purpose of emptying. When you speak to empty, you are asking someone else to manage your internal state, to carry what only you can hold. Over time, even the most patient listener will feel the subtle erosion of their capacity. Emotional discipline does not mean suppressing feelings. It means learning to process them, understand them, and express them in a way that nourishes connection rather than fragmenting it. Listening strengthens wisdom. In a world that prizes expression over reflection, the act of listening is often undervalued. Yet it is one of the most powerful tools for personal and relational growth. When you listen deeply, without the immediate urge to respond or judge, you create a space for observation, empathy, and insight. Consider the simple act of listening to a child recount their day. If you interrupt, correct, or provide advice too quickly, you deny them the validation of being truly heard. If you listen fully, your presence alone becomes a powerful tool of teaching, guiding them toward understanding themselves. The same applies to adults. Listening is a practice of presence, and presence is the foundation of trust and respect. In relationships, listening has transformative effects. When partners listen without the need to interject, without the need to impose their own narrative, the conversation becomes a bridge rather than a battleground. Listening allows you to perceive the emotions beneath the words, the subtle cues that reveal a deeper truth. In romantic partnerships, this skill can turn minor disagreements into opportunities for growth. Two people may argue over a trivial issue, yet beneath the surface lies fear, longing, or unspoken expectation. Listening carefully enables you to uncover what is truly at stake, and responding with awareness transforms tension into connection. This is why silence, when paired with listening, is not absence, it is active presence. It is the quiet gravity that allows relationships to center themselves in mutual understanding rather than scattered reaction. The body remembers everything. Physiologically, our experiences are encoded not only in memory, but also in posture, muscle tension, and neural patterns. Trauma, stress, joy, and love leave traces in the body that manifest in unconscious behavior. When we fail to regulate our emotions or communicate indiscriminately, these physiological patterns are reinforced, often in ways that hinder relationships and personal growth. A person who has habitually vented anger may notice tight shoulders, clenched jaws, or shallow breathing without realizing that these are physical echoes of unresolved emotional habits. Another who practices restraint, processes emotions internally, and communicates thoughtfully develops a body that reflects calm, confidence, and centeredness. Others respond to this energy even before words are spoken. The subtle alignment of breath, posture, and expression communicates more than any story ever could. This awareness is critical in intimate relationships. Partners unconsciously mirror each other's energy. a phenomenon studied extensively in psychology and neuroscience. If one partner is chronically reactive, the other may unconsciously adapt tension, defensiveness, or avoidance. Conversely, when one practices calm, emotional discipline, and mindful expression, the physiological cues signal safety and stability, inviting reciprocity. This is why learning to regulate the body is inseparable from learning to regulate emotions and speech. Emotional connection is not built solely on words. It is built on the congruence between internal experience and outward expression. When your body remembers peace, your relationships feel anchored. When your body remembers turbulence, even careful speech cannot prevent subtle friction from emerging. Silence, listening, and bodily awareness intersect in practical life strategies. Imagine a moment of conflict where words might inflame and deepen the rift. By observing the body's reactions, taking a measured pause, and choosing the timing and tone of speech, influence is preserved and understanding is amplified. The ability to navigate conflict without leakage is a skill that transforms ordinary relationships into spaces of trust and growth. Beyond conflict, these practices shape everyday interactions. Listening attentively in conversation, observing the physical cues of those around you, and allowing your own presence to carry authority and calm without need for constant verbal assertion creates a relational environment where clarity, respect, and mutual support flourish naturally. Consider the story of two colleagues in a tense meeting. One feels wronged and wants to voice every grievance immediately. The other listens, regulates breath, observes posture, and speaks with measured clarity when the moment is appropriate. The latter does not dominate the room with words, but shapes it through presence, subtle influence, and understanding. After the meeting, both have been heard, but only one has reinforced their inner authority. This principle applies in every relational sphere, from professional partnerships to familial bonds, friendships, and romantic intimacy. Emotional discipline and strategic expression ensure that influence is sustained and relationships are nourished. Listening and presence are also practices in personal evolution. Every interaction is an opportunity to refine emotional intelligence, to understand patterns in oneself and others, and to deepen resilience. When you cultivate the ability to remain quiet, to listen fully, and to sense the physiological and emotional rhythms in others, you acquire a rare power, the power to understand without controlling, to guide without commanding, and to connect without demanding. Real influence emerges from the harmony of mind, body, and energy. It is not the loudest voice, the most persistent argument, or the most dramatic display that shapes outcomes. It is the calm, observant presence that holds steady, senses shifts, and responds with intentionality. Life provides countless examples of emotional leakage and its consequences. A parent who overshares personal disappointments with a child inadvertently teaches dependency and emotional instability. A manager who vents frustrations in front of their team diminishes respect and undermines authority. Even friendships can suffer when one person dominates conversations with constant personal turmoil. On the contrary, consider individuals who cultivate patience, who regulate emotions internally, and who speak selectively. They command attention, earn respect, and maintain the integrity of their energy. People are drawn to them not because they are unfeeling, but because they are fully present, fully conscious, and fully capable of carrying their inner world with grace. These principles are not abstract. They can be applied through tangible practices. Begin by observing moments when you feel the urge to react impulsively. Take a breath, notice tension in the body, and ask whether your words will serve clarity or discharge. Practice deep listening without formulating a response. Reflect on experiences privately before sharing. These acts cultivate a nervous system capable of stability, a mind capable of insight, and relationships capable of depth. With time, you notice subtle transformations. Conflicts resolve more smoothly, connections deepen effortlessly, and influence is felt even in silence. Human connections are profoundly influenced by the interplay of energy, presence, and speech. When emotional leakage is minimized, listening is maximized, and bodily awareness is cultivated, relationships enter a new dimension. Conversations become exchanges of insight rather than reactions. Moments of connection become opportunities for mutual growth, and influence becomes natural rather than imposed. The way we communicate, both verbally and through presence, shapes the very architecture of our relationships. Emotional discipline allows the heart to remain open without being depleted, the mind to engage without being reactive, and the body to signal safety without needing to dominate. Each interaction becomes a laboratory of growth, a canvas on which subtle mastery is painted not with words, but with the resonance of presence, attention, and careful expression. The body, mind, and relationships are inseparable. To cultivate one without the others is to build a house with a missing foundation. Emotional leakage weakens influence, listening strengthens wisdom, and bodily awareness preserves alignment. Together, they create the conditions in which relationships are not just functional but nourishing, interactions are not just performed but meaningful, and presence is not just perceived but deeply felt. In practice, this means that each conversation, each exchange of energy is approached with intentionality, respect, and awareness. The capacity to observe, to process, and to communicate deliberately transforms ordinary life into a continuous process of growth, influence, and deep relational connection. Self-trust is built quietly, in the spaces between words and in the moments where no one is watching. When you stop seeking validation from others, when you learn to hold your own experiences without constantly reporting them to the outside world, confidence grows naturally, steadily, like a river carving its path through rock. Many people mistake self-trust for arrogance or isolation, believing that seeking opinions or approval demonstrates humility or connection. In reality, leaning too heavily on the judgment of others undermines the foundation of your inner authority. Trusting yourself means knowing that your choices, feelings, and intuition are sufficient, that the answers you seek do not always need to come from external sources. In relationships, self-trust radiates in subtle yet unmistakable ways. A person who trusts themselves does not demand reassurance from a partner with every decision. They navigate conflict with calm, understanding that uncertainty is not weakness, and that clarity emerges from careful reflection rather than constant consultation. This principle becomes evident in everyday situations. A spouse deciding on a family matter, a friend choosing how to respond to another's distress, or a colleague determining the next step in a project, all carry weight in how self-trust manifests. When the decision is grounded in internal clarity rather than external approval, it creates stability. Others sense it immediately. There is a magnetic quality to someone who operates from self-trust. People are drawn not to the anxiety of uncertainty, but to the calm authority of assurance. Yet self-trust is not inflexible. It is informed by observation, learning, and the quiet absorption of feedback without being consumed by it. It requires patience, reflection, and the discipline to sit with your own judgment before seeking validation. Energy, like air, moves invisibly but shapes every environment. The way you carry yourself, your presence, your attention, your focus, communicates far more than your words. Your energy field teaches before your words do. In a crowded room, people instinctively feel who is grounded, who is fragmented, who carries strength, and who carries fear. This is why emotional discipline and mindfulness are so vital. Even when nothing is said, your energy creates signals. A partner sensing your calm in a tense moment may feel reassured before a word is spoken. A friend perceiving your quiet confidence may trust your guidance, even without explicit instruction. Energy is not something that can be manufactured through speech. It is cultivated through awareness of thought, emotion, and physiological state. When you hold your energy with care, when you are conscious of how your presence affects others, you create relational influence that is effortless yet profound. Consider a leader at work, one who does not dominate conversations, but radiates calm authority through posture, breath, and attentiveness. The team responds not because they have been told to, but because they sense the centered energy that commands respect naturally. The same principle applies in intimate relationships. When a partner maintains calm, even amidst disagreement, the emotional field of the relationship stabilizes. When energy is scattered through agitation, overreaction, or constant neediness, relationships mirror that chaos. Presence, more than words, is a language that communicates safety, clarity, and reliability. Relationships thrive on mystery. Humans are naturally drawn to what is not fully known, to spaces that invite curiosity and exploration. When every detail of your life is shared immediately, there is no room for discovery. Intimacy is built on layers, on trust earned through time and careful observation. A relationship that reveals itself gradually allows each partner to engage actively, to invest attention, to participate in the ongoing creation of connection. Oversharing, even with the best intentions, collapses the relational landscape into familiarity too soon. The sense of wonder and the space for mutual growth are diminished. Those who understand the power of selective sharing create relational depth by allowing curiosity to flourish, by keeping certain elements private, and by revealing themselves with intention. The psychological impact of mystery is profound. People form stronger bonds when they are invited to explore, to understand, to earn trust rather than receiving it unconditionally from the start. In long-term relationships, this principle maintains vibrancy. Partners who maintain their individual lives, thoughts, and reflections cultivate a dynamic of ongoing discovery. Instead of predictability breeding complacency, the relationship becomes a space of continuous engagement. Mystery is not deception, it is the intentional preservation of personal depth. By keeping certain thoughts, experiences, and emotions private until the right moment, you foster a relational ecosystem in which curiosity, respect, and appreciation are nourished naturally. At a physiological level, maintaining personal energy and mystery enhances relational chemistry. Neurochemistry responds to novelty and intrigue. The dopamine system, which governs reward and motivation, is activated by exploration and the unfolding of meaningful experiences. When someone reveals themselves too quickly, the neural pathways that generate engagement and interest are short-circuited. Gradual disclosure allows emotional and cognitive anticipation to develop. It is why couples who reveal themselves carefully over time often report a sustained sense of fascination and deeper emotional bonding. Mystery and energy management are not separate from psychology. They are integrated systems that support lasting relational quality. Practical application in everyday life begins with conscious observation of how much you share and when. Reflect before speaking. Will this revelation enhance understanding, deepen connection, or merely satisfy a passing impulse for recognition? Notice the responses of others, not just in words, but in subtle shifts in attention, posture, and emotional engagement. Adjust accordingly. Notice your own energy. Is it scattered, reactive, or pulled outward, seeking validation? Center yourself through breath, alignment, and intentional thought before engaging. In intimate partnerships, selective disclosure fosters both intrigue and trust. In friendships, it ensures that exchanges are meaningful rather than performative. In professional relationships, it allows presence to assert authority and influence without dominance or aggression. The interplay between self, trust, energy, and mystery creates a feedback loop that reinforces relational depth. When you trust yourself, you carry energy with authority. When you carry energy with awareness, your presence communicates confidence and calm. When you preserve a sense of mystery, relationships engage with authenticity rather than superficial familiarity. These three elements interact seamlessly. Each decision about what to share, how to show up, and what to withhold reinforces the others. Self-trust enables careful energy management. Energy awareness enhances the effect of mystery. Mystery sustains the trust and respect that self-confidence generates. Real life examples illustrate this interplay vividly. A partner who has learned to trust themselves does not broadcast insecurities, but maintains composure during a difficult conversation. Their energy signals stability, which in turn encourages the other person to respond from a calm place. Certain stories, jokes, or intimate details are revealed gradually, allowing the relationship to breathe and develop organically. A friend who maintains presence and selective disclosure becomes a confidant whose counsel is sought not out of compulsion, but out of respect. In teams, leaders who exhibit self-trust, balanced energy, and controlled disclosure inspire commitment without coercion, influence without authoritarianism. Across spheres of life, these principles apply consistently, demonstrating that relational depth is not a product of words alone, but of integrated mastery of self, energy, and presence. The subtle art of relationship begins to emerge when you understand that words, while powerful, are only one channel of communication. Presence, energy, and selective disclosure often speak more clearly than any explanation. Self-trust underpins this system. Without self-trust, energy is scattered and mystery becomes anxiety-driven concealment rather than intentional depth. Energy shapes the relational field, affecting how others respond to you before a word is even spoken. Mystery sustains curiosity, engagement, and relational vitality over time. Together, these principles create a living, breathing framework for connection, influence, and intimacy. They invite reflection, deliberate practice, and ongoing refinement, transforming ordinary interaction into an arena for personal growth, relational sophistication, and enduring trust. Oversharing breeds misunderstanding, and misunderstanding is one of the quietest but most corrosive forces in relationships. When we reveal our inner world indiscriminately, our intentions are filtered through the perceptions, experiences, and biases of the listener. Each word is not merely received, it is interpreted, reinterpreted, and often distorted by the personal lens through which others perceive it. You may think that by explaining a thought, a feeling, or a decision, you are creating clarity, but the opposite frequently occurs. The more we attempt to illuminate our inner life without careful consideration of context and timing, the more room we give for misinterpretation. A casual comment shared in the absence of readiness or understanding can be twisted, and relationships that might have deepened instead encounter friction and distance. Consider the dynamics in close partnerships. One partner might reveal a vulnerability, believing that sharing it will foster empathy and connection. Yet the other partner, hearing it through the filter of their own fears or unresolved issues, responds defensively, or worse, misjudges the intent. Small cracks form in trust and communication, often unnoticed at first, gradually accumulating tension that could have been avoided had words been chosen with awareness. Misunderstandings born from oversharing are rarely about the content alone. They are about timing, emotional preparedness, and the relational energy between individuals. The same principle applies to friendships, family interactions, and even professional relationships. Oversharing invites interpretations that are not yours to control, and while you cannot prevent all misinterpretations, you can cultivate the discipline to minimize avoidable ones. Discipline of the tongue is inseparable from discipline of the mind. Words are not merely tools of communication, they are expressions of thought, emotion, and presence. The moment we regulate what we say, we begin to regulate what we think, how we feel, and how we engage with the world. Thoughtless speech is rarely harmless. Every unconsidered word carries subtle consequences, influencing the listener, altering perceptions, and subtly shifting the emotional tone of a relationship. When you cultivate mindfulness in speech, you cultivate mindfulness in thought. By pausing before speaking, you create a space where reflection, empathy, and clarity can influence your expression. This is not about repression, but about alignment. The mind and the tongue, when synchronized, produce communication that is not only clear, but generative, capable of deepening relationships rather than fracturing them. Consider a scenario in a family setting where someone responds to a moment of tension with the first words that arise. The initial reaction may feel necessary, immediate and honest, but the fallout often lingers far longer than the instant relief of speaking. Yet when another person pauses, breathes, and allows the mind to filter the intention before articulating it, the same situation transforms. Words chosen with awareness reduce conflict, promote understanding, and model emotional intelligence. This discipline of speech extends to all interactions. In professional settings, leaders who pause before offering feedback or reacting to provocation create climates of trust rather than anxiety. In friendships, listening before responding and speaking with deliberate intention cultivates respect, curiosity, and mutual care. Not all moments need an audience. Some experiences, feelings, and insights are sacred precisely because they are private. Oversharing can transform the intimate and the vulnerable into the ordinary, stripping experiences of their subtle power. Personal milestones, internal revelations, and emotional breakthroughs achieve their full meaning when first integrated within the self before being projected outward. Imagine a breakthrough in understanding your own fears or limitations. Sharing this prematurely may not only fail to convey the depth of the experience, but can also create unnecessary judgment or influence from others who are not prepared to receive it. Private experiences allow reflection, integration, and the strengthening of personal insight before engagement with the outside world. In relationships, selective sharing fosters authenticity. When you hold certain experiences close, you maintain a sense of groundedness that is perceptible to others. People sense authenticity not in the constant broadcast of events, but in the quiet confidence that comes from internalized understanding. Couples who respect the private aspects of each other's lives experience greater trust because boundaries are maintained and intimacy is not conflated with exposure. Friendships that honor private growth allow each person to evolve without pressure or judgment. In professional and social contexts, understanding which moments require discretion and which moments invite transparency enables relationships to deepen without becoming entangled in unnecessary complication or emotional turbulence. Emotional expression, when practiced with discipline, becomes a form of strength rather than vulnerability. Early expression is not always beneficial. Sometimes the act of waiting, observing, and reflecting produces more clarity and impact than immediate disclosure. Emotional discipline trains the nervous system, cultivates awareness, and reinforces the alignment between inner state and outward expression. The process of holding, integrating, and selectively sharing feelings transforms experiences from reactive impulses into meaningful contributions to dialogue, connection, and relational development. The relationship between words, thought, and timing is evident in daily life. In a workplace, an employee who vents frustrations without pause may alienate colleagues and undermine credibility, whereas one who pauses, considers the impact of words, and frames concerns constructively contributes to a climate of cooperation and respect. In intimate partnerships, responding impulsively to perceived slights escalates tension, whereas measured communication invites dialogue, empathy, and problem solving. Every instance where speech is regulated and thoughtfulness governs, expression strengthens the capacity for influence, understanding, and emotional connection. Observing and practicing the discipline of the tongue is also an exercise in personal growth. It cultivates patience, resilience, and self-mastery. The process is subtle, noticing the urge to react, choosing to breathe and reflect, evaluating the potential consequences of words, and then speaking with intention. Each iteration strengthens the neural pathways associated with emotional regulation, cognitive clarity, and relational intelligence. Over time, these practices reshape interactions. The individual becomes someone whose words carry weight, whose presence commands attention, and whose relationships thrive because communication is intentional rather than impulsive. Not all experiences are meant to be shared immediately or broadly. Certain moments require solitude, reflection, or private practice. Observing which moments belong to the self and which are ready to be shared is a nuanced skill that transforms relational quality. Personal insights, emotional processing, and even mundane victories can lose potency when overshared. By holding some experiences privately, you allow for integration, reflection, and the natural alignment of internal and external states. Relationships benefit because when sharing occurs, it is purposeful, informed, and deeply resonant. Audiences engage not because they are overwhelmed with information, but because they sense meaning, intention, and care. This awareness reshapes how we view the act of communication itself. Speech is not merely about conveying information. It is an art of timing, selection, and presence. Each word is a brushstroke that paints perception, molds understanding, and shapes relational climate. Disciplined communication, practiced consistently, fosters environments where connection, trust, and clarity flourish. Misunderstandings are reduced, emotional turbulence is mitigated, and the impact of sharing is amplified because it emerges from alignment rather than reaction. Relationships begin to reflect this care, evolving into networks of trust, depth, and mutual respect, where each interaction carries the potential for growth rather than conflict. Practical application involves a series of intentional habits. Pause before speaking, especially in moments of heightened emotion. Observe the listener's readiness and receptivity. Consider the necessity of sharing each detail and the purpose it serves. Reflect privately on experiences before offering them for external consideration. These practices are subtle yet transformative. They shift communication from reactive discharge to intentional expression, from potential misunderstanding to deliberate connection, from noise to clarity. The interplay between oversharing, disciplined speech, and selective audience awareness illustrates a deeper truth. Relationships are shaped as much by what is withheld as by what is revealed. Words, like energy, carry force, and their distribution impacts both internal balance and external connection. Misunderstandings, resentment, and relational fatigue often emerge not from absence of truth, but from unfiltered truth delivered without awareness. Discipline of speech aligns the inner world with the outer expression, ensuring that communication strengthens rather than diminishes influence. Recognizing which moments require privacy, which require observation, and which require deliberate expression creates relational resilience, deepens trust, and fosters environments where connection is authentic and sustainable. Pain shared without processing creates noise, and noise rarely fosters understanding, intimacy, or growth. When emotions are expressed prematurely, anger, grief, disappointment, or fear, they often emerge unrefined, unexamined, and untempered by insight. The effect is not clarity but clutter, not connection but distraction. Imagine confiding in a partner immediately after a moment of frustration, before reflecting on what triggered it or what is truly needed. The words spill out in a rush, raw and jagged, and though they may feel relieving in the instant, they can leave the listener confused, defensive, or burdened with responsibility for managing feelings that are not theirs to carry. Sharing pain before it has been processed transforms communication into a form of noise that obscures meaning and erodes relational depth. The principle extends across all forms of relationship. A parent venting unresolved stress in front of a child imparts tension rather than guidance. A colleague sharing every irritation with a peer may breed misunderstanding rather than collaboration. Even friendships can fracture when one person continuously broadcasts unresolved pain, leaving others unsure of how to respond. Human beings are not designed to absorb raw emotion without context or reflection. Processing emotions first, privately and intentionally, allows clarity to emerge. Only when pain has been understood and integrated does sharing become constructive, fostering empathy, trust, and genuine intimacy. Processing involves reflection, self-questioning, and emotional regulation. It requires observing not only the feelings themselves, but also the patterns and triggers that give rise to them. A moment of frustration may reveal deeper insecurities, unmet needs, or habitual reactions that repeat across contexts. By examining these layers privately, you gain mastery over your emotional life. When you eventually share with others, the communication is intentional rather than reactive. It carries insight and invites dialogue rather than dumping a raw load of emotion onto an unprepared audience. In relationships, this creates a new dynamic. The other person feels respected, trusted, and capable of engagement rather than overwhelmed, defensive, or drained. Wisdom in timing is the natural extension of this practice. Knowing when to speak, what to reveal, and to whom amplifies the impact of your communication. Timing is not merely about social etiquette, it is about relational resonance. Words spoken at the right moment have the power to heal, inspire, and connect. Words spoken too soon, too late, or to the wrong audience often fall flat, create tension, or generate misunderstanding. In romantic partnerships, this principle manifests when one partner chooses to pause after a conflict, allowing emotions to settle, reflection to occur, and perspective to be gained before discussing solutions. In professional contexts, this manifests when a manager waits to address a sensitive topic, observing the atmosphere and ensuring that their communication will be received with clarity and openness. Timing transforms speech from reaction into intervention, from impulse into influence. Consider a couple navigating recurring disagreements. When one partner interrupts the other with immediate reactions, the conversation escalates, misunderstandings multiply, and emotional distance grows. When the same partner pauses, observes, and waits for the moment when both parties can engage thoughtfully, even the same content can lead to resolution.
I want to jump in to say that I want to say something. There's a lot of things that the divested women are saying that are true. That I won't be in denial of. There are a lot of things that they're saying that is very true. A lot of Black women have an arrested development. a lot of women have arrested development. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's a lot of people out here that have a serious arrested development. Yeah, I just had a moment in my background. I had to say that.
Understanding and deepened trust. The art of timing is subtle but profound. It converts potential conflict into an opportunity for relational growth. Human interactions are shaped as much by pauses, breaths, and spaces as by words themselves. Each carefully chosen moment to speak demonstrates awareness, discipline, and respect for the relational field. Boundaries protect emotional intimacy by creating spaces where vulnerability can be offered safely. Without boundaries, sharing becomes indiscriminate, exposing aspects of yourself before they are ready to be received, and sometimes before you are ready to fully inhabit them yourself. Boundaries are not barriers to connection, they are frameworks that allow connection to deepen sustainably. In intimate partnerships, boundaries allow each person to explore their inner life without immediate exposure, ensuring that when vulnerability is shared, it is met with readiness and care. In friendships, boundaries maintain mutual respect, preventing emotional overreach and fostering trust. Across professional relationships, boundaries distinguish between constructive engagement and overwhelming emotional spill, ensuring interactions remain productive and respectful. The cultivation of boundaries requires awareness and practice. Begin by observing your own limits. How much of your internal world can you safely share in different contexts? Notice when sharing stems from neediness or impulse versus reflection and intention. Notice the responses of others, not as judgments, but as cues to relational energy and readiness. Boundaries are reinforced not by avoidance, but by deliberate communication, modeling self, respect, and emotional responsibility. When both parties honor boundaries, intimacy deepens, trust flourishes, and interactions become spaces of mutual enrichment rather than obligation or confusion. In practice, this might look like pausing before divulging a difficult emotion, journaling experiences privately to clarify understanding before sharing them, or selectively disclosing sensitive thoughts to individuals capable of receiving them without distortion. Boundaries also involve listening with presence, discerning when another is ready for engagement and when space is necessary to maintain relational balance. By aligning self-expression with relational readiness, emotional intimacy is preserved and the depth of connection becomes resilient against misunderstanding or reactive disruption. Each interaction then becomes an exercise in relational artistry. The discipline of timing, the presence of boundaries, and the practice of internal processing converge to create meaningful exchanges. Words are no longer scattered impulsively, but are delivered with resonance. Vulnerability is no longer indiscriminate, but intentional. Emotional energy is neither depleted nor wasted, but directed purposefully to sustain engagement and mutual growth. These principles do not suppress expression, but refine it, transforming everyday communication into a dynamic interplay of insight, presence, and respect. Relationships thrive when emotional discipline is paired with deliberate timing. Patterns of reactive communication can be replaced by cycles of reflection, observation, and selective sharing. Conflicts become learning opportunities, emotional exchanges build trust rather than tension, and intimacy evolves through mindful presence rather than unconsidered exposure. Each decision about when, how, and with whom to share strengthens relational resilience, models emotional intelligence, and fosters environments where connection is deep, authentic, and sustainable. The cultivation of these practices is both subtle and profound. It requires patience with oneself and others, the capacity to observe without immediate judgment, and the willingness to sit with discomfort until clarity emerges. processing pain before sharing, choosing the right moment for communication, and maintaining boundaries form a triad of relational mastery that enhances every type of human connection. In doing so, individuals learn to balance honesty with discretion, presence with reflection, and intimacy with protection. Relationships, guided by these principles, transform from arenas of conflict and confusion into spaces of trust, growth, and meaningful engagement. Consider how these elements manifest in professional life. A team member who manages personal frustration privately before presenting concerns to colleagues communicates more effectively and commands respect. Leaders who wait for the optimal moment to provide feedback, taking into account timing, emotional readiness, and relational energy, foster environments of collaboration and trust rather than fear or resentment. Friendships flourish when vulnerability is shared thoughtfully, when boundaries are respected, and when timing aligns with receptivity. Each interaction becomes an opportunity to practice emotional discipline, deepen understanding, and model the integration of self-awareness with relational intelligence. In intimate relationships, the convergence of processing, timing, and boundaries creates an ecosystem where trust is earned, vulnerability is respected, and emotional intimacy is resilient. A partner who shares reflections after internal processing communicates with clarity and depth, minimizing misinterpretation and enhancing connection. Boundaries signal respect for both self and other, preventing overexposure and fostering safety. Awareness of timing ensures that conversations occur when both participants are most receptive, amplifying understanding and mutual empathy. These practices transform ordinary communication into relational art, where each word, pause, and gesture contributes to the deepening of connection rather than the erosion of trust. The alignment of internal reflection, external communication, and relational awareness illustrates a broader truth: human connections are most meaningful when shaped by conscious presence rather than reactive impulse. Pain becomes a teacher rather than a disruptor when processed thoughtfully. Speech becomes an instrument of clarity rather than noise when timed deliberately. Boundaries become bridges rather than barriers when established with respect and care. Each of these principles is interdependent, reinforcing the others to cultivate relationships that are not merely functional, but deeply enriching, resilient, and transformative. Inner awareness shapes outer connections in ways that often go unnoticed, yet the quality of your relationships is a mirror reflecting the depth of your self-understanding. The moment you cultivate the habit of observing your thoughts, emotions, and impulses, you begin to notice how these internal states influence your interactions. A single thought carried into a conversation, a judgment, a fear and expectation, alters tone, body language, and the way words land. When awareness is practiced, these internal currents are recognized before they become actions, and responses are chosen deliberately rather than reacted instinctively. In relationships, this creates a profound difference. Partners feel the presence of a person who is mindful, attentive, and intentional, and they respond in kind, cultivating cycles of respect, empathy, and connection. Consider a situation in a family setting where one member has been feeling overlooked. Without inner awareness, they might react through passive aggression, impatience, or withdrawal. These behaviors, though understandable, create ripples of tension that strain bonds. With awareness, however, the individual notices the feeling of neglect, recognizes its origin, and chooses how to communicate it effectively. The conversation that emerges is not driven by unprocessed emotion, but by clarity, empathy, and intention. The relational impact is vastly different rather than escalating conflict. The interaction invites understanding and growth. Awareness transforms emotional experience into a tool for connection rather than a source of disruption. This principle extends beyond immediate reactions to patterns in long-term relationships. Emotional triggers often repeat across contexts, and without attention, they can perpetuate cycles of misunderstanding and conflict. By cultivating awareness, you recognize the recurring patterns within yourself and can interrupt habitual reactions before they spiral outward. A partner who consistently feels defensive when criticized can, through self-awareness, observe the initial impulse, pause, and respond with calm articulation instead of automatic reactivity. The relational energy shifts, tension is diffused, communication becomes clearer, and trust is reinforced. Inner awareness acts as a lens that filters impulsive responses, transforming ordinary interaction into conscious engagement. Stillness nourishes authentic expression. Silence is not emptiness, but the fertile ground from which depth and clarity emerge. When the mind is quiet, unhurried, and present, authentic thoughts and feelings have space to form without distortion or exaggeration. Consider the way a musician might practice alone, allowing each note to resonate fully before performing for an audience. Emotional and relational authenticity operates in a similar way. When you cultivate stillness within, your words, gestures, and presence in relationships are no longer reactive or performative. They become reflective of genuine insight and understanding. Partners, friends, and colleagues respond differently to authenticity. They sense it immediately, and it fosters trust, respect, and intimacy. Stillness also allows observation of the relational environment. In conflict, for instance, a pause can reveal subtle cues in body language, tone, and pacing that guide more effective responses. Observing these cues without immediate verbal reaction requires patience and practice, but it yields tremendous relational dividends. A leader who notices the unspoken hesitation in a team member's expression can address concerns before they become issues. A friend who listens without immediately interjecting can validate feelings and create emotional safety. In intimate relationships, stillness cultivates presence. Your partner feels seen, not just for what is said, but for the attention and care embedded in your quiet engagement. Mastery is measured by restraint. Strength is often mistaken for dominance, volume, or outward assertiveness, yet true power is revealed in the capacity to choose when and how to act, speak, or reveal yourself. In relationships, this restraint is transformative. Impulsive reactions, oversharing, and unchecked emotions often undermine bonds, while deliberate action, selective disclosure, and disciplined communication build trust and respect. Consider someone navigating a heated discussion with a loved one. The impulse may be to react immediately with words fueled by emotion, yet choosing restraint, pausing, listening, reflecting, often leads to greater influence and deeper understanding. Restraint is not passivity, it is the conscious deployment of energy in service of harmony, clarity, and relational integrity. Real life experiences illustrate the power of restraint in intimacy. Couples who practice measured communication during disagreements report stronger emotional bonds and reduced recurrence of conflict. Friends who withhold judgment and respond thoughtfully instead of reactively are more likely to be sought for counsel and support. Even in professional contexts, leaders who exercise self-restraint in speech and action cultivate authority not through coercion but through presence, consistency, and respect. Mastery is subtle. It resides in the alignment between internal discipline and external expression, in the ability to hold back impulses for the sake of relational stability, understanding, and growth. Inner awareness, stillness, and restraint converge to form a comprehensive framework for relational wisdom. Awareness enables recognition of emotional states, impulses, and patterns. Stillness provides the space for observation, reflection, and measured response. Restraint ensures that action, speech, and disclosure are deployed with intention rather than reaction. These three elements reinforce one another. Awareness informs stillness, stillness deepens restraint, and restraint consolidates awareness. In this interplay, relationships are transformed from arenas of unmanaged energy and misunderstanding into spaces of clarity, mutual respect, and authentic connection. The cultivation of these qualities requires ongoing practice and attention. Begin by observing your internal landscape during interactions. Notice tension, expectation, or impulse. Allow moments of silence to create a buffer between stimulus and response, granting space for considered action. Exercise restraint in communication, sharing only what is purposeful, necessary, or constructive. Over time, these practices become integrated, not performed, and relational interactions shift in tone and depth. Partners sense the change, friendships deepen, and professional relationships stabilize as a result of the subtle but powerful influence of disciplined presence. Consider the dynamics in parenting, where inner awareness, stillness, and restraint play critical roles. A child expressing frustration or fear often triggers immediate emotional responses in adults: anger, defensiveness, or impatience. Yet when parents cultivate awareness, they notice their own reactions before acting. Stillness allows observation of the child's behavior without distortion, creating space for empathy. Restraint guides measured responses that validate the child's feelings, while modeling emotional intelligence and self-regulation. These practices reinforce the child's sense of safety, foster trust, and cultivate relational patterns that endure into adulthood. In intimate partnerships, the same principles apply. Arguments often escalate when one or both parties act on immediate emotional impulses. Awareness allows recognition of the trigger. Stillness provides the pause necessary to assess intent and potential impact. Restraint guides the delivery of words, tone, and action in ways that prioritize understanding over winning. Over time, these practices foster relational depth, emotional security, and mutual respect. Couples learn to communicate in ways that honor both individual experience and shared connection, transforming conflict from a source of division into an opportunity for insight and intimacy. Friendships benefit similarly. The friend who observes inner emotional states, cultivates patience, and exercises restraint in communication becomes a source of support and stability. Others sense reliability and presence without the need for dramatized emotional expression. Social and professional networks experience parallel benefits. Leaders, mentors, and colleagues who embody awareness, stillness, and restraint influence environments positively, fostering trust, collaboration, and psychological safety. Influence emerges not through assertion, but through measured presence, disciplined action, and relational attunement. Each interaction becomes a laboratory of practice, an opportunity to refine these qualities. Observing one's emotional currents, pausing to reflect, and choosing expression with intention transforms ordinary moments into meaningful exercises in self-mastery and relational development. The capacity to engage with others thoughtfully, to modulate energy, and to communicate with clarity and restraint reinforces relational stability, nurtures trust, and promotes enduring connection. Life becomes a continuous opportunity to harmonize internal states with external behavior, creating relational ecosystems that support growth, understanding, and authentic intimacy. Human connections are rarely defined solely by words. Energy, presence, and the quality of attention carry equal, if not greater, weight. Awareness, stillness, and restraint ensure that these elements are cultivated consciously. Individuals who integrate these practices into daily life notice the difference. Emotional volatility diminishes, relational misunderstandings decrease, and influence is established through credibility, empathy, and authenticity rather than reaction or force. Each relationship, whether familial, romantic, friendly, or professional reflects the internal alignment of these principles, demonstrating that self-mastery is inseparable from relational mastery. Real-world examples abound. Partners who pause to reflect before responding in conflict report higher satisfaction and longevity in relationships. Friends who listen deeply and respond with measured insight cultivate deeper bonds and enduring loyalty. Leaders who embody calm presence, strategic restraint, and relational attunement inspire trust, collaboration, and alignment within teams. Individuals practicing awareness, stillness, and restraint experience internal resilience that supports emotional regulation, decision-making, and clarity in every interaction. These qualities are not innate, they are developed through persistent attention, practice, and reflection. The convergence of inner awareness, stillness, and restraint provides a map for navigating human relationships with clarity, integrity, and purpose. Awareness illuminates the terrain of internal experience, revealing the thoughts, impulses, and patterns that shape interactions. Stillness creates the space necessary for discernment, reflection, and observation. Restraint directs action, speech, and energy in ways that preserve relational stability, enhance understanding, and foster authentic intimacy. The interplay of these qualities transforms the nature of connection, turning everyday exchanges into opportunities for personal growth, relational sophistication, and profound influence. Each relationship becomes a mirror, reflecting the presence or absence of these qualities. When cultivated consistently, they allow individuals to navigate complexity with grace, respond to challenge with clarity, and engage with others in ways that honor both self and other. Emotional turbulence diminishes, trust deepens, and communication becomes a vehicle for mutual enrichment. Awareness, stillness, and restraint operate as a dynamic triad, each reinforcing the other, each amplifying the potential for meaningful connection, authentic influence, and sustainable relational harmony. In the journey of understanding oneself and others, the path is neither quick nor linear. The practices of emotional discipline, self-trust, awareness, stillness, and restraint are not rigid rules, but tools for cultivating deeper connection, clarity, and presence. Relationships thrive not simply on the words we speak, but on the energy we carry, the timing we observe, and the depth with which we hold ourselves and others. When pain is processed thoughtfully, when sharing is intentional, and when boundaries are honored, connection becomes richer, more resilient, and profoundly authentic. Life offers constant opportunities to practice these principles, to transform ordinary interactions into spaces of insight, empathy, and mutual growth. Each moment of pause, each act of listening, each decision to hold or release words with intention builds the foundation for relationships that endure, inspire, and nurture. The power of restraint, the clarity born of inner awareness, and the depth that emerges from carefully chosen vulnerability cultivate not only harmony with others, but also alignment within oneself. Through consistent practice, the rhythm of presence, reflection, and thoughtful action becomes second nature, shaping not only the quality of relationships, but the very experience of living. The subtle mastery of emotional energy, communication, and relational awareness transforms everyday life into a tapestry of connection, understanding, and meaningful engagement, where trust, respect, and intimacy are cultivated naturally, and where every interaction becomes an opportunity to reflect the best of who we are. There are moments in life when everything feels too aligned, too sharp, too deep to be random. You walk into a room and feel like you've been there before. You meet people for the first time and feel like you've known them forever. You stop chasing and start understanding. You stop reacting and start responding. That's not coincidence. That's a shift, transformation, a calling from something beyond this world, a signal that you may be in your last life cycle. This isn't about religion. This isn't about superstition. It's about soul evolution, the kind of growth that doesn't just change your habits, it changes your very being. And if you're feeling these signs, it's not because you're breaking down, because you're breaking through. You start seeing life differently. The first sign is the detachment from drama. Suddenly, the noise doesn't excite you. The gossip doesn't feed you. Opinions of others lose their grip. You stop trying to be liked and you start being true. That shift, that stillness is your soul realizing that external chaos can't disturb internal peace. Second sign is a deep inner calm, even when everything around you is uncertain. You stop panicking, you stop forcing, you start trusting, not blindly, but deeply. You're no longer praying for things to work out your way. You start allowing life to unfold the way. The third sign, synchronicities, repeating numbers. Coincidences that aren't coincidences. Moments that align so perfectly, you know something greater is guiding you. You don't ignore them anymore. You don't brush them off. You recognize them as conversations between you and the divine. Fourth sign is emotional release without resistance. You cry more. You feel more. But you're no longer afraid of that depth. You're no longer afraid of breaking. You now understand that breakdowns are sacred. They clear the way for clarity. And then there's the fifth sign. People fall away. Some disappear without explanation. Some drift. Some betray. You don't chase them. You don't beg. Because now you know not everyone is meant to walk with you to the mountain. Some are just meant to get you to the hill. You bless them, release them, and keep climbing. Sixth sign is your attraction to simplicity. You no longer need excess. You no longer crave things that used to define your worth, the loud approval, the crowded room, the constant doing. You begin to see the beauty in stillness, in silence, in solitude. The external fades, the internal awakens. Seventh, your intuition becomes your compass. You no longer second guess the gut feeling. You follow it, not because it makes logical sense, but because it feels like truth. The mind hesitates, but the soul knows. And in this life cycle, you choose the soul. The eighth sign is the desire to serve. You feel called to do more, not for applause, but for purpose. You're drawn to healing others, guiding them, lifting them, not because you think you're above them, but because you finally remember what it's like to be broken and rebuild yourself. And the ninth sign, the one you can't fake, is gratitude for everything, even the pain, even the losses. Stop seeing your past as mistakes and start seeing them as movements. You start thanking the people who hurt you because they pushed you inward. You start thanking the seasons of loneliness because they revealed your light. You realize that every moment was part of a grander design to bring you here. This is not the end. This is the return. The last life cycle doesn't mean death. It means completion, fulfillment, awakening. It means you've learned the lessons. You've burned through karma. You've stepped fully into alignment. Now, life doesn't happen to you. It flows through you. So if you feel different, it's because you are different. You've seen enough, felt enough, learned enough. And now it's time to become enough. This is your last life cycle. Not because you're done, because you've finally begun. There comes a time when life no longer feels like a random series of events. It feels like a pattern, a rhythm, a deeper calling that pulls you inward. You start noticing things, noticing people, noticing energy. You start feeling things that others ignore. A stillness begins to grow, inside you. And it doesn't come from winning or achieving. It comes from remembering. And that memory doesn't come from the mind. It comes from the soul. That's when you know you're not in just another phase. You're not just evolving. You're completing. You are entering your last life cycle. This isn't about religion. It's about awareness, a recognition that this life is different. That something inside you has awakened. You no longer chase things that once seemed important. You no longer need validation from people who don't understand your path. You feel like an old soul in a world obsessed with the temporary. And the truth is, you've been here before, and now you're being called to finish the journey. You begin to detach from drama. That's the first sign. Chaos no longer excites you. Conflict no longer entertains you. You start choosing peace over popularity, solitude over noise, alignment over approval. You don't need to be in every room. You don't need to answer every insult. Now you know silence is not weakness, it's mastery. Then comes the calm, a deep calm. A storm can be swirling around you, and yet your spirit remains grounded. You stop reacting. You begin responding, not out of fear or ego, but from a place of clarity. That stillness isn't laziness, it's wisdom. You've stopped trying to control everything because you finally realized that control was never the point. Surrender was. You start seeing signs everywhere. Repeating numbers, uncanny timing, dreams that feel like messages, encounters that feel like echoes. These aren't accidents. These are confirmations. The universe doesn't speak in noise. It speaks in nudges. And when you begin to feel guided instead of guessing, you're aligning with your final evolution. Because when your soul remembers, the world stops distracting you. You cry easier. Laugh deeper. You feel pain with intensity, but you also heal with speed. You're no longer afraid to feel. You welcome it. You understand that emotional waves are part of the cleansing. That vulnerability isn't something to hide. It's something to honor. You stop pretending. You stop explaining. You just live openly and honestly. People begin to fall away. Not because you're bitter. Not because you're angry. But because your frequency is changing. And not everyone is meant to come with you. You start losing interest in shallow friendships, performative conversations, level connections. You crave depth, realness, energy that nourishes you instead of drains you. And so you let go with grace, not resentment. You simplify. You crave less. The house doesn't have to be bigger. The applause doesn't need to be louder. You find joy in still mornings, long walks, quiet meals. The external world no longer defines your worth.
This is okay. Why the awakened no longer fall in love? We have to listen to this one, okay? When I listen to this makes me think about, my own situation and how much I really have to let go on such a deeper level, and how much I have to accept. All right. I'm going to go ahead and close this down and restart this show.